being good about it. So I'm glad that you're okay now. All right. Well, let's see about getting to the end of this game. We're like so close. Let's see. We got a to be continued last time, didn't we? Oh, damn it. Because I didn't pick a location last time. Get to have a wake-up call. Oh yeah, and the whole Luna's a robot thing. That was intense. Yeah. So, let's see. Where's my flowchart at? Where was my lock? There we are. It's like, please don't make me do more stuff. Okay. How do we stop Phi? We should have this lock. I hope we have this lock because we've gone through everything. Oh. We'll see. Luna and I stepped out of our AB room a little later than the others. They were already gathered in front of the projection, awaiting the announcement of the results.
You chose Ally, right? Are you sure that was okay?
I hope it was okay, because it's what we're supposed to be doing. Yeah. What else was I gonna do? I promised. It'll be fine. I'm sure if I chose Ally too.
Really?
Come on, what's with you? Do you not trust Phi?
No, that's not what I mean. It's just...
Let's just go have a look, shall we? Why are we even talking about this? We'll know what happened in just a few seconds.
You're right. Let's go.
Results from round 2
of truth.
of the Apodex game
her to Ally
will
this
now
time?
be displayed. Please direct your attention to the results screen.
Ally. Good. Again? Am I missing a story lock?
Points have been assigned or
Shouldn't be.
subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
Hey, what the hell is this? Why'd you choose betray? I thought we
Me?
promised.
I don't remember that.
What?
You promised me. You said you'd choose Ally, but I don't recall promising you anything. I was free to choose whatever I wanted.
Hold on.
You should have seen this coming. I told you I'd make you pay. And now I am.
Huh? I had absolutely no idea what she was talking about.
You reap what you sow. This is your fault. You chose betray first.
I actually didn't. First? Do you mean in round 1?
No, I mean the first round too.
Have you lost it? Take a real good look at the results up there. This is round 2. My vote was Ally. Yours was betray. I didn't betray you. I've never betrayed you.
Yes, you have. Remember? Oh, don't lie to me, Sigma.
What?
Drop the act. There's no way you don't know by now.
Know about what?
What's happening to you? The strange things you've been seeing.
Do you mean the premonitions? Oh, good. I'm glad you found all your 40k. That's important. Gotta have all that plastic crack after all. I wanted to say it, but as the word formed itself in my mouth, I felt a tingle along the back of my neck. Someone was looking at me. I turned around to see Luna, Clover, and Kay.
What are the two of you talking about? It's nothing. Forget about it.
I'm afraid it's not that simple. You were the only person who chose to betray this round. Is there some connection to what you and Sigma were discussing?
Yes, there is a connection. But you wouldn't believe me.
You don't know that. We might believe a lot.
This all seems very much the same. Fi looked away and scowled. For several long moments, her eyes stared off into the distance, and I could also see her mind working. Finally, she sighed and spoke.
Right. Well, I've got 9 points now. So sorry, but I'm out of here.
Huh? What do you mean?
Do I really have to explain it? I'm leaving. Through the number 9 door.
Hey! Wait! I scrambled around in front of her and threw my arms out.
You're in my way. Move.
No, I'm not letting you go. What happened to you? I didn't think you were the kind of person who ditched the rest of us so you could get away.
When someone betrays your trust, feels like a part of you dies. For me, I guess it was the part that cared. I don't think you have even the slightest idea what that feels like.
Betrays your... Wait, are you saying...
Whatever. Just get out of my way.
No, I'm not moving.
I see. Then you leave me no
She's
choice.
gonna jump over our head. Super jump. As she spoke, Fi bent down. Then shot up into the air and over my head. I spun around to see her standing next to the number 9 door, her hand on the lever. Is it saying, like, I have to do to betray first or something?
Nice try.
You. She grinned and tightened her grip on the lever.
Plaudite, acta est fabula.
What the hell's that?
It's Latin. Applaud. The play has ended. That's what it means.
A Latin?
See you later.
Wait! Stop! A bolt of searing light roared through my brain. When I came to, I was floating in a field of nothingness. So this is all the same. Well, she knows a little bit of Latin. Yeah, so we got to be continued. Why am I getting to be continued? Very confused. Is it just because of where it's saved? That's weird. I don't really see it. Okay. Don't see anything in particular. I guess I just try it again. Well, I've had one that was blocked before when I had the to be continued, and then I picked it again, and it unlocked the lock the second time, but I mean, I have done all the other stories, but unless it means do the bad endings, I don't really know. So I will check this one more time because I did save it right after that, and I don't know if it really counted. If not, we'll go do the betray. But I've done every other ending, so unless it counts the bad ends, in which case, oh boy. All right, I'm
You
just
chose
gonna
Al. Are you sure that?
skip through that.
Really? No, that's.
Because if we see betray,
You're right.
I'm
Let's
just
go.
gonna... Because I assume if we see betray, it's continuing the same ending.
Results, please.
And nothing's been... Something hasn't been unlocked. Yeah. Okay, so I guess it's like, oh, well, you better pick betray. That's slightly annoying, and I'm also kind of annoyed that that's not in the guide. Because it's like, it's inconsistent behavior, right? So one time it was black, and it kicked me out of the story, and then I went back and played it again immediately, and it unlocked it. And now this time it's like, no, it's not unlocked. I'm like, okay, why? And looking at the requirements the guide has, it's
1 minute
I've done everything.
remains until Amber.
What are you going to do?
I don't have a choice, do I? I promised. I said I'd choose
Yes,
ally.
Phi has 6 BP. If she betrays us.
Yeah, she'll have 9 points, I
Right.
know. What do you think we should do, Luna?
It's your decision, Sigma. I'll be in the same position either way.
I don't think
have
a
6
guide
BP
for this
too,
is...
don't you?
Like, the guide has been pretty comprehensive as far as telling you where the locks are and what's needed to unlock them. So I think it's easy. They just missed one
That
thing
means if
here.
we betray Phi, and she chooses
And
ally.
they did something they didn't realize that they'd done at one point. And I would have 9 points.
Yes. You see? In either case, I could end up with someone in my group reaching their goal.
20 seconds remain.
So as long as it's only
until
this one and not
Ambidex's
all
game
of the bad
polling
ends,
closes.
we'll be okay.
That's it. We don't have any time left.
Well, I mean, if Luna's telling you to betray, you're kind of like, I should probably betray.
You have to make a choice.
And see, I think I might have... I actually probably wouldn't have, because I think I started on the left side and was going down the flowchart routes left to right. So I would have hit this ending before I hit betray anyway. But, yeah. Sure this is okay with you?
Yes.
All right. I turn to face the machine.
10 seconds.
We're going to choose.
9, 8, 7.
Yeah, I think it'll just be
5,
one
4,
scene and a bad end. So it won't be terrible.
3,
This is impossible.
2, 1.
Let's make our choice. I think the order which the guide said to go through the
Round
endings
2
did make a
of
lot
the
of sense
Ambidex game has been
in terms of
completed.
revealing information and being able to get your locks unlocked without too much backtracking. It's just this being the true ending. I'm sure there's other stuff in there that some small niggly little conditions.
Results will be displayed in the warehouse. Thank you for your participation.
But it's a little bit hard because I think what the game expects you to do is betray every time first. So they expect the player to be selfish and always pick betray. I mean, yeah, that's true. It does. Like, you get to decide the order of reveals and stuff like that, but they put the locks in place so you can't get to certain things until you do other stuff. So in terms of like jumping back and forth across the story a bunch, I like minimizing that because it helps me follow the storylines better. But I can see why it'd be interesting to have your own, like, try and go through the endings on your own. And the first time I did play this, or I got about halfway through, but I did go systematically so I didn't miss anything. But you know, I was still running into all the locks, and then I'd move on to the next route, and then eventually I figured I'd go back and finish those out. But it was the only way for me to see all the endings was to be systematic about it. But no, I didn't finish it when I was playing it originally, because then I was going to play it on stream anyway. So I was like, okay, I might as well just finish it there. And start from the beginning again, because I would play it and then not come back for months and totally forget
Ambidex
what's going on.
gates now opening.
Oh yeah, there really isn't a linear story with this one because it really depends on your parallel paths, because you're actually pulling information from all of them. So that does make it very difficult. Luna and I stepped out of our AB room a little later than the others. They were already gathered in front of the projection, awaiting the announcement of the results.
So,
And I think it's maybe Sigma doesn't remember because we hadn't actually gone down this path yet, so that's why nothing appears.
you chose betray.
Yeah.
Did you do it to protect yourself? Were you worried that Phi might choose betray?
That's a good question.
Huh?
I'm honestly not sure myself why I did it.
Well, we should go see the results. I want to see how Kay and Clover voted.
Right. Alright, let's go then. Yeah.
Results
I
from
think
round 2
'cause it'd
of
be
the Ambidex game will now be displayed.
interesting if you could follow a Phi or a Sigma, or both of them, through the storyline as they both jumped through. But you'd end up with these like confusing chunks of a bunch of different story, and not anything coherent. So yeah, it's really built on the repetition of the routes, is how this game and 999 is built on.
Please direct your attention to the results screen.
Yeah, probably arcs would do that. You can definitely consolidate some of those endings. Like, I think Clover and Alice you could probably consolidate into one ending because they're related and they don't really, like, Clover's in particular doesn't really impart anything significant as an ending. Same with Tenmyoji's ending, to be honest. I just told you a little bit, like Tenmyoji and Quark you could probably combine. And then Kay's ending wrap up in the true ending, possibly? I don't know. Like, Dio's is kind of its own thing. And really would be later, yeah. It's kind of tough, right? Because you actually kind of want Dio's ending early. Because a lot of the other endings rely on you pulling information from that and saying Dio's a scumbag. So, it's tough. It's tough, that one.
Points have been assigned
Well, we'll
or
see.
subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
This is where Fi snaps her neck, right?
Well played, Sigma.
I think I did Dio was definitely one of the first endings I did.
I guess a promise means a lot to you.
And I remember thinking, I was like, whoa, this took a turn I wasn't expecting. And then, because I didn't get down some of the later endings with more locks on them, I couldn't really see how it all fit in there, but now it does. Ah, yeah, Dio, start with Dio. And show him sneaking in and murdering the old woman. That would be a good start. And I had nothing to say. She was right. I had broken a promise.
Why did you do it? Nothing to say?
I had to do it so I could progress the story, something else. Yeah, you could, frame him as trying to free the participants.
I guess I misjudged you.
Yeah, I'm the hero who's gonna save the world. Oh, yeah, that'd be a great twist on Dio's. Yeah.
I thought you were better than this. That was not a smart move, Sigma. I won't forget this. I'll make sure you pay, even if it's the last thing I do. A lapsum semel occasionum, non ipse potest Jupiter reprehendere.
What's that? I learned it from you, Fi. Yeah.
A Latin proverb.
What does it mean?
Not even Jupiter can find a lost opportunity. Jupiter is a Roman god. Actually, he's kind of the Roman god. He's in charge of all the others. Not even Jupiter, the ruler of the gods, can take back what's been done. You did something bad. You're not gonna get a chance to take it back.
Is she gonna snap my neck now, though? I turned away from Fi. I couldn't stand to look at her anymore. In front of me were Kay and Clover. Their eyes bored into me with cold disapproval, and I looked away. They'd both chosen ally, as promised. The only person who'd betrayed anyone was me. The only person with 9 BP was me. Little wonder I wasn't very popular.
What do you intend to do?
You aren't thinking about trying to open the number 9 door, are you?
For a moment, I considered the unthinkable. Could I break through them and reach the door? Once I was through, I'd be out of the game and free from their judgment. But no, I couldn't do that. How could I possibly justify leaving them all behind so I could escape on my own? Why had I chosen betray? In my memory, it seemed like an almost flippant choice, as if I'd just been curious to see what would happen. If betrayal was what I wanted, I should have made that choice with commitment. But there I was, and I couldn't turn back. Even if I didn't try to open the number 9 door, they would all be suspicious of anything I did. Trust is easy to break and hard to repair. Unless I could somehow turn back the clock, I was stuck with the consequences of my actions.
A lapsum semel occasionum, non ipse potest Jupiter reprehendere. Not even Jupiter can find a lost opportunity.
How could I do something that was beyond the reach of a god? Why hadn't I just chosen ally? What would be happening to me right now? We'd be getting betrayed, and Fi would be jumping through the door. What if? Then Fi spoke, and I blinked.
Sigma, we're just doing this to be safe. We can't let you run around with 9 BP. I'm afraid you're going to have to sleep for a little while. Okay?
Huh? I started to turn around, but it was already too late. I felt a heavy hand slam into the back of my neck. And then everything went dark. Game over. Dun 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 dun. Okay, now we've done that end. Please don't make me go do every single bad end. That would make me really sad. Okay, now it's unlocked. Good. Yeah, we just had to run Betray. That's kind of weird. I mean, because like I said, if I was going left to right methodically, I totally would have hit that same point. But then I would have just gone and finished the other one, I suppose, so. Luna and I stepped out of our AB room a little later than the others. They were already gathered in front of the projection, awaiting the announcement of the results.
You chose Ally, right? Are you sure that was okay?
Yeah, of course. I did too.
You sound pretty sure of yourself.
Oh, it's not confidence. I already know.
What?
Let's just go have a look, shall we? I wouldn't trust ourselves on that one, Sigma. We'll know pretty quick whether I knew anything or not.
Okay, let's go.
There was another ending where I had to die once before it would let me.
Results
Like I had to
from
actually get a
round
game over
2
before it would let me
of
continue.
the Ambidex game will now
Now that I
be
think about it.
displayed. Please direct your attention to the results screen.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do we have? She betray us again? Ally, 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 betray. I mean, we're already different, right? So we're probably gonna like throw Latin at her or something, and she'll be like,
Points
"Oh,
have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet
I don't remember
points.
which one it was either, but there's definitely one. It's probably the only other bad end I have on the flowchart right now. What the hell, Fi? Why'd you choose betray? You chose ally before.
I see. So you remember it too? The other round 2.
What? That wasn't even close to the response I'd expected. It felt anticlimactic. Hey, hold on a minute here. You know? You remember how I chose betray last time in round 2?
Yeah, of course. Why do you think I chose betray this time? Don't you remember what I said? That I'd make you pay?
Yeah, I do remember that. Then this is you making me pay?
Yes.
Wait. No, that didn't make any sense. Something wasn't right. How could we both know about an earlier round 2? How could there have been an earlier round 2? Was it some sort of alternate history? What the hell was I thinking? Yeah, that's really what the locks are, is they're meant to keep you from going down each of the legs in some kind of an order. But it's fine. I mean, it's how the game is built, but they gave me a flowchart, so I'm going to try and fill it out. And the easiest way to do that is pick a side and go down it. What the hell was I thinking? That was conspiracy theory shit. Even if there was some sort of alternate timeline or universe or whatever, there's no way I could know what had happened in it. No way I could know. At least I didn't think there was any way I could know. But if I could, then how? Yeah, see, when I was playing it on my own, I was hitting all the bad ends because there are little bits of information that are in them anyway. Like little tidbits of lore, and that's also why I was kind of methodical about it, is trying to get all of the endings. All of the endings. But I am excited for the third game, but I'll be taking a little bit of a break after this one and play something else, but we'll be coming back to the third game. I remembered Fi choosing ally, then scowling at me when I broke my promise and swearing revenge.
That was not a smart move, Sigma. I won't forget this. I'll make sure you pay, even if it's the last thing I do.
Uh-oh. Why did I know that? Perhaps more importantly, why did Phi remember it? What the hell did any of this mean? It had happened before, hadn't it? During round 1 of the AB game, when I was playing against Alice, I'd seen something. Phi and I had chosen Betray. But for some reason, I'd seen a reality where we chose an ally instead. Suddenly, I realized that I wasn't alone. I looked up to see Luna, Clover, and Kay. They all began to speak at once.
What happened?
Why did you choose Betray, Phi?
Yeah. You're the only one who didn't vote ally.
Phi looked away and scowled. For several long moments, her eyes stared off into the distance, and I could also see her mind working. Finally, she sighed and spoke.
Right. Well, I've got 9 points now. So sorry, but I'm out of here.
Huh? What do you mean?
Do I really have to explain it? I'm leaving. Through the number 9 door.
Hey! Wait! I scrambled around in front of her and threw my arms out.
You're in my way. Move.
No, I'm not letting you go. What happened to you? I didn't think you were the kind of person who'd ditch the rest of us so you could get away.
When someone betrays your trust, feels like a part of you dies. For me, I guess it was the part that cared. I don't think you have even the slightest idea what that feels like.
Betrays your... Wait, are you saying...
Whatever. Just get out of my way.
No, I'm not moving.
I see. Then you leave me no choice.
As she spoke, Phi bent down. The leaps, all the leaps, then shot up into the air and over my head. I spun around to see her standing next to the number 9 door, her hand on the lever. You...
Nice try.
She grinned and tightened her grip on the lever.
Plaudite, acta est fabula.
What the hell's that?
It's Latin. Applaud.
I like how they had to tell people to applaud. The play was
play
over.
has ended.
That means you're really lousy at making endings if people can't tell it's the end of your story.
That's what it means.
Latin?
See you later.
Wait! Stop! I felt myself speaking before I even knew what the words were. Elapsum semel occasionem non ipse potest Jupiter reprehendere. Not even Jupiter can find a lost opportunity. Are you sure this is how you want it to end? What about the nonary game? Zero? The bombs? We still don't know the truth about any of it. If you leave now, we never will. Is that really what you want? Lot of silence.
Fine.
Phi slowly let go of the lever. Why'd you do that, you Duma? That's funny. Oh, literary plays on words. Whew. Look, I'm sorry about betraying you. I'm honestly not sure why I did it.
Forget about it. This time you chose ally and I chose betray. I think we're even.
What are you talking about?
When did you betray her? Are you talking about round 1?
No, we aren't talking about round 1. We're...
Just drop it. There's no point. I doubt they'd understand even if you did tell them.
Yeah, you're right.
Huh?
Hmm?
I don't get it.
Well, at least it seems Phi has decided to remain.
You've really changed your mind?
Hopefully. It does feel in character to earn Phi's trust, so we have to betray her first. Yeah, kind of. She really does seem to like it when we shout things from other timelines at her. That's kind of what I've learned.
Yeah. I'll stick around a little longer. Like he said, I can't leave until we figured out what's going on.
The AB game will continue until someone opens the number 9 door. If someone reaches 9 BP and doesn't open the door, the game will keep going.
Oh man, that's a relief.
Please don't scare us like that again.
It turns around, opens the door, and walks out.
The Ambidex gates have closed. Round 3 of the Ambidex game will be the Star Round.
We still haven't found the Accelavir in this one. So we need to do that, because we have 2 sick people in the infirmary. So we need to do the duplicator. Yeah, okay. Steps. We can do steps.
Star keys are required to open the gates. There is no set limit on usage of the star keys. The Ambidex gates can be opened as many times as the players wish to open them.
It does explain finding the cure. Yeah. As many times as we want, huh? Then that means...
As long as you have the star keys, you can play the AB game as many times as you want.
You probably won't be allowed to play it continuously, however. There's a period of time between when the doors open and when the polling ends.
Based off the last 2 rounds, I think it's about 45 minutes long.
So you can repeat the game once every 45 minutes or so.
Oh, that's right.
What?
Didn't Zero Jr. say something about that?
As soon as the gates close, your colors get all shuffled up automatically. The pair and solo assignments hop around a bit too.
Yep. Oh, yeah. What are your bracelets, guys? Looks like I'm a red solo.
I'm a magenta pair.
I think that's the first time we've had a solo in the 3rd round. Interesting.
Me too.
That means we'll be a team this time. I think we'll do great.
Yeah.
Who's gonna be my partner then? I'm a cyan pair.
They do not appear to be here. I, for instance, am a yellow pair.
Huh? Wait a second. If Luna and Clover are a magenta pair, Vi is a cyan pair and Kay's a yellow pair, who the hell am I supposed to partner up
The
with?
cyan pair, I imagine.
Vi and her mysterious partner.
How do you figure that?
Sigma, what colors are added together to create cyan?
Green and blue, right?
What color would you get by adding your red to that?
Red, green, and blue would be white.
Exactly.
So you're saying the next set of chromatic doors are going to be white?
Yes,
How do you know?
because I have seen them. After leaving the archives, we found a warehouse very similar to this one. In it was
Well,
a
I
set
guess
of
we
white
didn't make our way
doors.
down there, did we?
Well, to be precise, a set of doors which radiated white light.
Are we gonna go take a look at this? Yes, we are.
Yeah, I saw him too. After we were finished in the garden, we went to the same warehouse he's talking about.
Okay, that's nice.
They had the same little lock thingies. I'm 100% sure they're the next chromatic doors.
What about the people back in the infirmary? Do they know about the white doors?
Yes, if we exclude Quark from their number, then I believe they do.
I wonder what colors they are.
As far as pairs go, we're missing a cyan and a yellow.
If Sigma's a red solo, then we should have a green solo and a blue solo back in the infirmary.
Well, I'm going back to the infirmary.
I feel like we're short a person. Who am I missing? Tenmayoji, Dio, Quark, and Alice. Maybe not.
kind of worried about Alice and Quark.
No, maybe I am still missing a person.
I'll go too.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. There's 5 of us here.
As will I.
Oh, that's right. Wait, guys. There's something I need to tell you.
Huh? What is it?
Go on.
I meant to say something earlier, but I guess there's just so much other stuff going on. I looked at Fi. She nodded back. See, the truth is...
What?
Oh no.
You found another bomb?
Yeah,
Where?
in the garden.
No, that's not possible. We didn't see anything like that.
Could you have missed it?
No! No way! We checked every part of that room.
No, unlikely. They are rather large and obvious. There was a number on this one, too. It said 01. Since the one we found in the crew quarters said 03 on it, well...
You think there might be a third bomb out there somewhere?
I think there's a good chance.
Very well. We should split up and find this other bomb. It could be anywhere.
Yeah, I agree.
But even if we do find it, what are we supposed to do?
That is a concern for later.
We do have a plug-in thing now, which is more than we had any other time we've had bombs. So, call that a win.
At the moment,
We also
our
have all the
primary
codes.
concern should be finding it.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely our biggest concern right now is we have yet to see the 0 bomb. I think we've seen the 2. We have no idea where 0 is, but yes. I have all the codes.
You can't fight an enemy you can't see, after all.
Precisely.
All right, I'll head back to the infirmary and let everybody else know.
Please.
How about we set a time to meet back here, just in case? The time we have left until the chromatic doors open is... Let's see...
Quite a bit, actually.
1 hour and 57 minutes.
I think approximately half of that should be enough. When we have 1 hour remaining, we should meet back at the infirmary. Acceptable?
That sounds good to me.
Right. I'll tell the others too.
Good. Let's go. We do need to find the accelerator. It seems crucial at this juncture. And a bomb. I think isn't one of the bombs in that room too? I thought that's where number 2 was. Warehouse B. So, these are the white doors that Kay and Clover were talking about. Yeah, there's the lock thing. No question, these are chromatic doors, I guess. Do you want to try and open them with brute force, Sigma?
So it seems.
Ah! What? When did you?
I've been here the whole time.
Seriously? I didn't notice you at all. Did we ride in the elevator together? Because those are really small, and I feel like I should have noticed if you were in there with me.
Oh, I guess your hearing's starting to go. How sad.
Ugh. So, what do you want? Why are you stalking me?
I'm not stalking you. I just followed you here.
That's pretty much the same thing. But how did you do it? You were totally silent. Are you Batman? Speaking of Batman.
I already told you I'm not. Remember? Back in the AB room when we met?
Yeah, actually, you also jumped super high, all the way up to the ceiling.
Right. Aren't you curious about that graffiti?
Way to change the subject there, Fi. Graffiti? Oh, yeah, that. Memento Mori, if the ninth lion ate the sun. Did a kid write that or what?
Why do you say that?
Well, they managed to spell ninth wrong. Who puts an E in there? A lot of people. Believe me, a lot of people do.
You're right.
Then again, maybe it means something.
Do you know what it means? The Latin part.
Hey now, give me a little credit. Even I know what memento mori means. You see it all over the place. As far as I know, it translates to something like be aware of death or remember your mortality. And never forget that we all die someday. But it was like remember you will die. Because it's memento, and then mori is death, but conjugating Latin is weird. And I know how to conjugate Spanish, but not Latin. I guess it's a sort of cautionary thing.
What about the other part?
It's exactly what it says on the tin, right? Some sort of conditional about lions and suns. Anything come to mind?
No, nothing.
It's really an anagram, I'm sure.
Nothing at all. What about you?
Me? Well, let's see. Memento mori, if the ninth lion ate the sun. Memento mori, if the ninth lion ate the sun. I repeated the words over and over in my head, but nothing. Whatever they meant, it was beyond me. But perhaps Phi... Latin.
Huh?
Don't you know Latin? Maybe you can figure more of it out.
Well, I know a little. More than most people, I guess, but I'm not an expert.
Then how'd you know that phrase? Elapsum semel occasionum non ipse protest Jupiter reprehendere.
Oh, that.
Sounds a little bit like yandere. Totally different word.
That's from, this.
Is it the journal? She unpinned the brooch from her chest as she spoke and held it out to me. I hesitated for a moment, then took it.
Look at the back.
I turned it over. Elapsum semel occasionum non ipse potest Jupiter reprehendere. So I guess the I is pronounced like a J in Latin, right? Capital I, specifically. Yeah. What is this?
A memento of my late mother. Well, I guess it's something like a memento.
What does that mean?
She died right after I was born. I was raised by foster parents, and they told me where the brooch had come from. Apparently, it was the only thing my mother had left behind.
If that tiny pin has been staying on you through all of this, that is a very strong tiny pin. What about your father?
Don't have one. I guess you could say I was a bastard. I never saw his face, and I don't know his name. I don't even know if he's alive.
Oh. Awkward. I couldn't think of anything else to say, so I just handed her back the brooch.
That phrase got to be almost like a prayer for me. Whenever I had to make a tough decision, I'd say it to myself. Sometimes I'd just repeat it over and over like a chant. Before long, I had it memorized. Got me interested in Latin, and I started studying the language. Elapsum semel occasionum non ipse protest Jupiter reprehendere. Not even Jupiter can find a lost opportunity. Sounds nice, doesn't it? But it seems kind of funny now. I mean, look at us. We've done what Jupiter can't. We can find our lost opportunities.
That is true. Yeah, Faya's a very sad past, I'm guessing.
That's why I followed you here. I thought it would be a good idea to talk to you about all this. Alone.
Yeah, you mean the universe jumping that we're doing? Alternate timeline jumping? Whatever you want to call it. Yeah, the others don't really get that one, do they? Yeah, I agree.
There's something else we need to do too, though.
Find the number 2 bomb?
Exactly. So we should get going. I'm pretty sure the bomb isn't in here. There's nowhere to hide it. So...
You're saying we should go somewhere else?
yeah.
Okie
Well,
dokie.
come on, don't just stand there. We need to get a move on.
Without waiting for a reply, she turned and started toward one of the exits. I followed. Oh, the archives. How utterly useless they will be. But I suppose the bomb could be in here. If we're tracking all the places where Dio has set foot, this could be it. Yeah, I'm wondering, how did Dio stick them in, and where does he get them from to put them out, and how does nobody see him carrying around a giant bomb? Maybe he's got a fancy jacket. Or he's got pockets like Sigma's that can hold entire bushes. The archives. Good place to hide a bomb. Now, where the hell do we start looking?
I doubt it really matters. If it's here, we'll find it eventually.
Up, probably. So, what about that Jupiter stuff?
We can talk while we look. Now get started.
I turned to a corner of the room and began to look while Phi spoke.
I'll start with a conclusion I've come to. Our consciousnesses seem to be able to jump through time. No, sorry. Through time isn't really accurate. It's more like we move through worlds.
Worlds?
Yes. I don't mean physical planets in this case. Talking about a whole different universe, really. Parallel worlds.
What?
Do you know about the many worlds interpretation?
Well, kind of. I think I've heard of it once or twice.
Oh, well, I'll just explain it. Let's say... I don't care what it is, but could you move? Scratch your head, cross your arms, put your hands on your hips? Anything?
I had no idea what this was supposed to explain, but I did as she'd asked. Others. We're going to moonwalk, because why not? Slide, slide, slide.
Was that supposed to be moonwalking?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, huh?
Yeah, sure. But you might want to try going backward next time, not forward.
Were you even looking? I was going backward. Watch. Slide, slide, slide.
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see that. Anyway, you just did the moonwalk, right?
Right.
But you could have chosen to scratch your head or cross your arms. Now, maybe there are other Sigmas in other worlds who did all of those things. All of these worlds and realities are branching off from one another. The choices you could have made branched off from the moment you decided what you were going to do just now. Every moment you make a decision, another universe branches off, on and on into infinity.
And if everyone is making those, multiply infinity by an infinite number of people.
Each of those branches is an alternate world, a world where a version of you did something different. Haven't you ever thought about what life would have been like if you'd made different choices? What if you'd gone to this high school instead of that one? What if you hadn't started a study group? What if you hadn't told that girl you liked her? What if? What if? But are those what ifs really just what ifs? Or are there other worlds out there where you did those things?
Well, multiply it by the number of people that have ever lived on Earth, and then also multiply it by all of the potential living species in the entire planet, or not planet, universe, and whew. Gets to be a lot of multiverses. A lot of multiverses.
Anyway, that's the many worlds interpretation in a nutshell. I've simplified it a lot. Doesn't have to be human actions, though. I just used your actions to make the explanation easier to grasp. the actions of a cat, the flight of a bee, the movement of a microorganism, even fluctuations in air temperature. All these can change history.
Ooh, so many alternate realities. So many alternate realities. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on a second here. I'll let microorganisms slide, but there's no way that air is conscious of anything.
Can you say for sure that you are?
What?
All of your actions are caused by the cells in your brain.
No, it's a neat theory, and the idea that you could hop between them is really cool, or how things would be different if certain decisions had been made differently. Like, they can't all be dead ends out there somewhere, but it's why I used to like, there's an older show called Sliders. I don't know if anyone's ever seen that one, but it's kind of that same alternate universe theory, and they get to slide between universes and then inevitably get lost because, you know. But yeah, it is a cool theory.
If we go down a little further, then you could say all of your actions are the result of atoms or electrons or smaller particles we haven't even discovered yet.
Quarks.
Are those atoms and electrons still you making a decision? At that level, how different are you from the air?
And did you really make the decision, or did the electrons hop between two different atoms and that caused your brain to fire one direction and not the other?
I'd say not much. Human existence is just one part of reality. Falling in love is like a tulip blossoming. A tulip blossoming is like a tornado forming in South America. See what I'm saying? The only thing that really matters is the action of the most elementary particles of matter. That's where history happens. That's where universes branch out. Hey, you stopped. Are you done with that shelf?
Oh, no, not yet.
Well, keep looking while I talk. How familiar are you with quantum physics? Never mind, don't answer that. I'll try and keep it simple for you.
How do you know I'm not a
see.
quantum physicist, Phi? I was studying to be something. I was getting my PhD. It could have been in quantum physics. You never know.
Hey, hand me that box, will you?
This one? Sure. I handed the box I'd been examining over to her. She set it down on the desk and opened the top.
Also, Ah, there's a stuffed lion over there. Perfect. He's part of Felidae, too.
Yeah, in theory, there is a world where every choice we made in 999 was the true ending route. They could have ended in a bunch of different ways. Ugh. There could be a universe where Game of Thrones ended properly, and a universe where Game of Thrones ended significantly worse. With that, she grabbed the lion and tossed it unceremoniously into the box. She also took a weight and an ink jar and put them in next to the lion.
All right.
Clover goes girl boss, yeah.
Everything's ready.
Ready?
Remember that book in the crew quarters about Schrodinger's cat?
Oh yeah, that's true. One where Game of Thrones never existed. And in some universe, there's a Game of Thrones where the Game of Thrones characters all live. And nobody dies in the entire series.
It relates to all this stuff I've been talking about.
Oh, Schrodinger's
Anyway,
cat, yes.
come look at the box.
What about looking for the...
This'll only take a minute. Now look.
I shrugged and peered into the box.
What do you see?
Well, there's a stuffed lion.
From now on, that's a cat. A living cat. This is important. Got it?
Yeah, it's a cat. Meow.
Oh, man. This again?
Sorry. I can't help it.
I find that hard to believe. Ugh. Fine. Maybe I can just ignore it.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
Alright, what else do you see?
A weight that's not even a pond, and a jar of ink.
Right. Now the weight is going to be radioactive material.
This cat speak thing is like the weirdest thing that Sigma does.
And the jar of ink is full of poisonous gas.
What? I'm getting out of here.
Idiot. It's not really full of gas. This is just hypothetical. Imagine that it's full of gas. So, what's the weight?
Radioactive material.
And the jar of ink?
It's full of poison gas.
Exactly. Good work. Now, there's one other thing you need to know about the
A
jar.
diagram, in case you didn't get it.
If it's struck by any of the alpha particles the radioactive material emits, it'll break. These particles are emitted randomly, but there's a 50% chance that one of them will come into contact with the jar over the course of an hour. So let's close the lid. And pretend an hour
That's true.
has
Sigma
passed.
likes diagrams.
Here's the question. Is the cat inside of the box alive or dead? You can't open the box to check. And you can't hit the box. Obviously, you can't shake it either. It's also been soundproofed, so the cat could be howling up a storm in there and you'd never know. Basically, you have no idea what's going on inside the box. Do you remember what happens if the alpha particles hit the jar?
It breaks, gas fills the box, the cat inhales it, and death will whisk her away.
And what if the jar doesn't break?
The cat lives to tell the tale.
Haha. And what are the chances of either of those things happening?
About 50%.
Uh-huh. So, what's your answer? Is the cat alive or dead?
I can't possibly know.
Then guess. It's not hard. Alive or dead?
It's been in a box with no oxygen for an hour, so it's probably dead. The world's a harsh place for a cat. I have a feeling the poor kitty's dead.
Nope, you're wrong.
It's alive?
That's wrong too.
Then what's the right answer?
The answer is that it's in a state where it is neither dead nor alive.
What? How does that make any sense?
It's an extrapolation of something we see at the atomic level. We don't know if an atom is spinning upward or downward until we measure it. Before it's measured, those two possibilities coexist. But as soon as the measurement is taken, obviously, only one possibility is the truth. That's what's happening with the alpha particles. Since we can't know when they were emitted or where, we only know the probability that they'll impact the jar. Because we can't observe anything that's happening in the box, that becomes the entire system.
I mean, except if it's emitting alpha particles, the cat's also probably dead from that too, but you know, we'll let that one slide.
In other words, the box is like the atom. We don't know how the cat's life or death situation has resolved itself until we look at it. Until we do, it's just a bunch of possibilities. Do you get it? If the cat in the box is possibilities,
Then it's both alive and dead.
right. So, let's open the lid. And when we do, all the possibilities will collapse into a single truth. Meow. What a relief, huh? Looks like the cat's alive. Anyway, that's Schrodinger's cat. The many worlds interpretation is one theory for explaining that weirdness.
So there's another world out there where this cat died?
Yeah, that's the idea.
It's not that hard. I kind of, I get it. We don't need to add all the physicsy
Looks like
stuff
that
in.
cat tick of yours cleared up.
Yeah. Well, your story was pretty insane.
Insane?
You don't think so? Just the idea of something being alive and dead at the same time? And if the moment the lid is open determines whether or not the cat's dead, then it's almost like events in the future can determine the past. I mean, the cat doesn't die when you open the lid, so it must have already been dead.
Exactly. You've experienced it, haven't you?
What on earth are you talking about?
Think back. Remember round 2 of the AB game? When you chose Betray, what was my vote?
Ally.
But what happened this time?
I chose Ally and you chose Betray.
Right. And both times, I put in my vote a full minute before the deadline. When did you push the button?
As usual, seconds before it was due. Right before the deadline.
I see. Well, that makes this a little easier to explain. If you chose Betray, then my vote was Ally. If you chose Ally, then my vote was Betray. But I made my choices a whole minute before you made yours. Don't you think that's strange? You do see what I'm saying, don't you?
Yes, we went over this, I think, down when we betrayed Alice earlier.
Yeah.
Oops. That my choice in the future altered your action in the past.
From your perspective, there's no other way to interpret it.
Now that I thought about it, round 1 had been the same. When I'd chosen Ally, Alice had chosen Betray. And when I'd chosen Betray, she'd done the opposite.
Look at this die. I found it over there. Let me give you one last example.
As she spoke, she tossed the die into the box and quickly shut the lid.
All right. Answer this question. What number is the die on?
Is there all of the above? I roll 3s a lot. I have a feeling it's 3.
Okay. I'm going to open the lid.
Yeah, I mean, it's neat. Like, it reinforces that all this stuff is still there. And everything we did, like, the other people solved all these puzzles too.
Good job. You got it right.
That was just a fluke.
Was it?
Huh?
Let's think about what was going on before I opened the lid. What number was the die on?
3, of course.
Haven't you been paying attention? The die is still a collection of atoms, isn't it? I don't think you can reasonably suggest that it was made of some different kind of matter.
Wait, so you're saying that before you opened the lid, the die was on all of the numbers?
Uh-huh. That's one way to look at it, at least.
And then when you opened the lid, it was just one number?
Or it might have become that number when you declared which one it was.
Huh? Wait, what do you mean?
Your choice in the future has an effect on the past.
That's crazy.
Anyway,
Can we go back
that's
to
all
looking
I
for a
wanted
bomb?
to say. We got a little off topic there, but I think I made my point. Reality separates off into an infinite number of branches for each and every possibility. You and I seem to be able to jump from branch to branch. Of course, our bodies aren't doing the jumping. Our consciousnesses just sort of dive into other versions of ourselves in other worlds.
Whoa. I think I get it now. That's how you knew my name, right? You jumped in from another world. That's how you knew all those other things you shouldn't have known.
Yeah, that's the best I can figure out, at least. Unfortunately, it seems like we don't retain all our memories when we jump. Maybe we only remember particularly important things. I'm not sure how it works.
It would have to leave an impact on your psyche.
But whatever the reason, it seems to be fairly limited. And often, we don't seem to remember jumping at all. Things will just sort of pop up.
That's why when someone asks us how we know X, all we can think to say is, I just knew.
Yeah.
What's causing this then? I don't remember ever doing this before, so why would it start now?
If we knew that, I don't think we'd be having so much trouble. It's just,
Just what?
well, I'm pretty sure it has to do with why we're locked up in here.
It's probably a good bet.
There's no way this doesn't have something to do with whatever Zero Senior's trying to do. Why would he have left that Schrodinger's cat book in the crew quarters?
You aren't kidding, are you? Maybe this is some sort of huge Schrodinger's cat experiment. And all 9 of us are locked up inside the box right meow.
And what if you've got it backwards?
Backwards?
We're outside of the box, and the rest of the world is inside.
Then the moment we step out of this place...
Yeah. We might be determining the history of the world outside.
No way. Ow, my brain. I had 1,000 other questions, but before I could open my mouth to ask them...
Oh, good. There you are.
Did something happen?
Yes, we found it.
Found what?
What do you mean, what? What else could we find? The bomb! The other antimatter bomb. The number 2 bomb is in the control room.
Oh, interesting. Is this it?
Yeah.
Oh, look at it, tucked up under that shelf. Actually, they're not as big as I thought they were. I guess they wouldn't have to be.
This is one of them, all right.
And it's number 2, apparently. Well, at least we found them all now, right next to the really low-resolution box.
No. There could be more.
I haven't actually played Shin Megami Tensei 4, but that does sound similar.
Like Kay said, there might be a number 4 bomb out there. We have no way to know.
In those games, I could believe there's something like that. Did you tell anyone else about this, Clover?
Well, not really, but, I wasn't the first person to find it.
Who was?
Kay and Luna. After they found it, they came to the infirmary and told the rest of us.
Who was in the infirmary?
Everyone. Tenmyoji and Dio were there. So were Alice and Quark, of course. Although they were still asleep.
So everyone who wasn't asleep knows about the bomb. I see.
Yeah.
There's nobody else here, though. Where'd they all go?
Right after we came here to look at the bomb, they all left. They were going to go look for you two.
What about Alice and Quark?
They're the same, still sleeping. We checked them out just to be sure, but they seemed fine.
That's good. Fi and I looked at one another and let out a small sigh of relief.
Oh, right. I checked everybody's bracelets when we were in the infirmary. Did you want to know what they were?
Yes. It took her only a moment to explain. Alice was a green solo. And Quark was a blue solo. Dio's bracelet made him a yellow pair. And Tenmyoji's was a cyan pair. So what are our options for groups?
The next set of doors to open are going to be the white doors. That means we'll have to mix our colors so that we get white.
Fi laid out what that would mean. Option A. Fi and Tenmyoji would pair up with me, red. Kay and Dio, yellow, would pair up with Quark, blue. Clover and Luna, magenta, would pair with Alice, green.
Huh? There's only one option?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, the generator would absolutely add to the yield of the bomb. Because that is an antimatter generator.
Any other combinations don't make white.
What about Alice and Quark? Luna said it's going to be a while until they wake up.
We'll just have to carry them. The secondary doors won't open without 3 bracelets. And if we can't open them...
Yeah, we'll get penalized.
Exactly.
How about we pull out that aluminum foil that Luna told us about? Let's do that.
Don't worry about Alice. I'm on her team.
Are you saying you can carry her?
Yeah. Well, I can get Luna to help me.
True. I'm sure she'd be happy to help.
What about Quark?
He's on Kay's team. There shouldn't be any issues there.
Other than Dio being the scuzzball that Dio is? Well, we still need to figure out what we're going to do about this bomb. Alice said we should be safe as long as it's not triggered with the remote.
Maybe, but we can't just leave them here forever. I mean, if they go off, then everything in like a couple 100 kilometers is gonna get fried.
I don't think there's anything around us in a couple 100 kilometers, but, you know, fair point. Wait, a couple 100 kilometers? What are you talking about? That bomb should only have about as much explosive power as a ton of TNT. Which is nothing to sniff at, but that's nowhere near the kind of yield you're talking about.
It could be. What if these bombs are just like the detonator?
Oh. Oh! You mean there might be a bunch more anti-hydrogen around here somewhere? Yep, right over there.
The reactor.
Yeah, there are supposed to only be 18 antimatter reactors in the whole world. If that's one of them, then there's a lot of anti-hydrogen.
Oh boy. How much is a lot?
3.5 kilograms.
3.5? That's like 10,000 times more than Alice's 350 milligrams.
There really is that much. And if it does explode...
Huh.
Then we would be looking at an explosion roughly 10,000 times more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima.
Oh boy. No. That's insane. Do you think Dio actually knows that's an antimatter reactor? Oh boy.
Wait, Clover, how did you know that?
Know what?
That stuff about antimatter reactors.
Well, that's, during my training, they...
Training for what?
My job?
Oh, of course. I didn't realize waiters these days needed to memorize how many operational antimatter reactors there were worldwide. Or how much fuel each one of those reactors might be storing. You don't work at a cafe, do you?
Did you hear about that from Alice?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, she's right then.
And why are you using antimatter reactors at a cafe?
That's, what we call the coffee machines.
Well, she does seem to be trending more towards barista. What? Are you fucking with me?
I'm telling you the truth. I work at a cafe. It just might, be a kind of fake job to divert attention. I think they call it a cover.
What?
Then what's your real job?
I'm sorry. I really can't tell you anything else.
Why not?
It's classified.
Classified by who?
The government?
The government?
That's right. Alice said it was her job to eliminate enemies of the state, or something. So you two do work together.
Oh no! Check your bracelets. How much time do we have left?
Oh, what are you talking about?
How long until the doors open? Come on, quickly!
We're late. Damn, we were supposed to have met up 5 minutes ago.
I'm heading back then. Remember, we're supposed to meet at the infirmary.
Eh? I thought we were supposed to meet at the warehouse.
You guys hurry back, okay? Bye!
Hey! You haven't... Damn it. Yes, Clover's got this secret agent thing well mastered. And she's gone. Fine. She's right, you know. We need to get going.
Hold on. I need to check something really quick.
What? What are we checking? Oh, we're going to the infirmary. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was like a... Come meet me in the infirmary kind of thing.
Oh, there you are. You're late. What were you doing?
Nothing.
When we arrived, everyone else was already back. See, I thought we agreed to meet at the warehouse, but maybe we did agree to meet at the infirmary. Quark and Alice hadn't left, of course. They were both sleeping soundly, any traces of the madness we'd seen earlier long gone. Oh yes, Luna is
Clover told us.
absolutely adorable.
You've seen the bomb in the control room.
Yeah, with our own eyes.
So what the hell should we do? That makes 3 bombs.
Well, we have to do something. They're bombs, for God's sake.
There's a quick and simple solution.
Really?
Remember what Alice said?
There should be an emergency deactivation password. If you enter that password, the device should, well, deactivate. You see it? Right here. There's a port. If we can find the password input device, we just connect it here. Then we can enter the password.
So, if we have the password, we can deactivate them?
Whoa, hold on a second. That's great and all, but we need that password input device she was talking about.
Oh, Dio, what happened? Are you missing yours?
Without that, we're still boned even if we did have the password.
Not a problem. We've resolved that issue.
Huh?
Show them.
I nodded and pulled it out of my pocket.
That was in the safe in the control room.
Exactly. We didn't have any idea what it was at first, but Fi figured it out. After Clover left, we tested it.
Turned out I was right. It fit perfectly.
Couldn't get it to do anything, though. We plugged in a couple random characters, but all we got was an error.
Still, I'm sure this is the thing Alice was talking about. We just didn't have the right password.
But I do have all the passwords.
But why was it in the control room?
Do you think Zero Senior put it here for us?
That would suggest it was also Zero Senior who set up the bombs.
Doesn't that seem odd, though? Zero Senior wants us to play the nonary game, right? So why would he set bombs?
Maybe he wants to blow this whole place up if someone commits some crazy violation of the rules?
That's what the bracelets are for, Dio.
That doesn't make sense. Our bracelets already have poison in them. If someone breaks a rule, all he has to do is activate their bracelet.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, whatever the case is, there's one thing we can be sure of. The person who set these bombs is one of us.
Dun dun dun. Cough, Dio, cough, cough.
Whether or not that person is also Zero Senior isn't particularly relevant at the moment.
He's not.
But what is relevant is that they know the deactivation password. If we can figure out who that person is and question them.
We can get the password and turn the bombs off.
Exactly.
Already have.
That
we don't need to
would
question.
be my quick and easy method. So fess up. Which one of you set the bombs? Not that I expect you to do that. So, we're going to be checking everyone.
Checking us?
Yes. Once they're set, the bombs are controlled by a remote. It stands to reason that whoever set them has that remote.
So you're gonna search us for it?
Yes.
But
No buts. If you refuse, that implicates you. Do what I say and you'll be fine, assuming you are actually innocent. Understand? No reason to wait. Let's get started. Anyone want to volunteer to go first? No? All right. Let's see.
I don't think Alice and Quark were running around setting bombs. Wait.
Huh?
You only need to search one person.
What? Why?
Because I figured out who did it. I know who did it. The words were out of my mouth before I'd even realized I was saying them.
How can you... There's no way.
Yeah. I met Fi's gaze and nodded, then turned away. I know who set the bombs. That person. That's Dio and Alice's endings. Ah, the lovely Danganronpa Phoenix right finger. But you notice again, Sigma's face is missing. That person is you, Dio. Bum, bum, bum.
Come on, what is this?
Who
Are you
set us-
high?
Who set up us the bomb? Part A. Well, we're about to find out. Sorry, Kate, but could you hold him down?
Well,
It's on him, I promise.
Knock it off, Sigma. You're doing this all backwards.
So, this isn't a court. Besides, all we want is to know who set the bombs.
Ugh.
And why are you getting so worked up anyway? If you're innocent, then a search will show that and I'll look like an idiot.
Nice try, but that's some bullshit totalitarian logic. I don't think so. What are you even basing this on? How do you know I set the bombs?
Because
Just spit it out.
I know about the Myrmidons.
The Myrma what?
I beg your pardon?
No. How do you know that, Sigma?
Oh, that's not all I know. I think we've had this scene before. I know about Free the Soul, and I know about Brother.
What the hell are you talking about?
I can tell you the details later. But there's no question that you were the one who set up the bombs.
The fuck do you think you are? None of that has anything to do with me. I don't know who the Myrmidons are. And I don't know what Free the Soul is, and I certainly don't know anything about some old fart called Brother.
Oh, Dio. Tell me, how does that foot taste? Who the Myrmidons are? I don't recall saying the Myrmidons were people. And what about Brother? How would you know his age if I haven't said anything besides his name?
Wait, so he's left? But that means he's a terrorist.
Huh, terrorist. Set bombs. Go figure.
A terrorist?
Oh dear.
Left?
Well, looks like I won't be able to talk my way out of this one. Seriously though, when did we get so famous?
When they collected all the people in the world that know about you in a single room. Oh no.
The Myrmidons aren't supposed to be something anybody knows about.
I don't know,
Let
we
alone YouTube jokers.
started, like, killing people, spreading diseases, blowing things up, you know, the usual. Uh-oh. 1 minute. I think something crashed. Yep, there we go. Okay. My octopus disappeared. I don't know what happened.
Okay, you got me. Yes, I'm the leader of the Myrmidons. My real name is Left.
Such a interesting name there, Dio.
I was sent here to stop Zero Senior's AB plan. That's why I planted the bombs. If it looked like the plan might actually succeed, I was supposed to blow this whole place sky high.
And you were probably going to blow it sky high even if it looked like it wasn't going to succeed, right? Because reasons. A-B plan?
What's that?
Oh, well, looks like you don't know everything after all. I should have been more careful. Then again, it's not like it really matters. After all, you're gonna die here.
What?
God damn it, no. I leapt toward him.
Whoa there. Better not come any closer. You think I'm not prepared for this? Take one step and it'll be your last.
Then, that thing you're holding.
It's the detonator.
Yeah, I guess it is.
This time can we tell people not to take it away from his body, please?
Now back the fuck off!
Dio, please calm down. If you press that button, you'll die too.
So? Believe me, there's plenty more where this came from.
What?
Now that we've cleared that up, back off! Come on, move it! Go, go, go!
We had no choice. Slowly, carefully, we backed away. All of us, except for one. Tenmayoji.
Hey, Grandpa, your hearing gone? I said back off!
No.
You... I'm not screwing around here.
I can see that. So why don't you do it? Go ahead. Press that button.
What?
Tenmyoji!
Something wrong? Hurry it up. I'm not getting any younger. Oh, do I sense hesitation? What's the matter, Dio? Scared? Well?
You son of a bitch.
So you were just bluffing?
I'm not bluffing, goddammit.
Yeah.
You hear me? I'll do it.
Yeah, okay, sure. The more you say it, the more I believe you'll do it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure you will. But there's really something I should tell you. See that detonator you're holding? It's a fake.
What?
For just an instant, Dio's eyes twitched down to the device in his hand. That was all the opening Tenmayoji needed.
Yeah!
He cried out as he leapt through the air. Tenmayoji's leg shot out, knocking the detonator from Dio's hand. Shit. Not good.
What happened?
The detonator. He doesn't have it anymore.
What?
What's happening?
There's a red light on it now.
Take it down a notch there, Dio.
Oh, you really fucked up, Tenmyoji. This is what happens when you try to show off.
What?
I'm sorry. This is my fault. I didn't have time to tell you how it worked.
What are you saying?
The detonator isn't supposed to be separated from Dio. If it is, then the timer on the bombs automatically activates.
Damn, how much do you know? Fine, whatever. Well, he's right. If that thing ever gets more than a meter away from me, it activates. When it does, it starts the timers on all the bombs.
Of course it does.
So thanks to this old fart, you get to try and defuse a bunch of activated bombs on a countdown.
Fortunately, I have all the codes.
You
but
can
I
go
don't
ahead
have
and
his last
destroy the
location.
detonator if you want. Once the timers have been activated, they'll go off anyway.
How long do we have? When do they explode?
You should know, Sigma. Why don't you tell her?
30 minutes.
30 minutes? That's crazy!
Yeah.
How do we stop them?
The emergency deactivation passwords.
None of us know them, though.
Right. None of us know. But there's someone who does, isn't there?
What, hoping I might spill the beans? Nice try. Unless one of you is secretly a medium, I think you're shit out of luck.
Wait, a medium?
Well, I'm out. Peace.
Wait! Stop! I threw myself toward Dio and wrapped my hand around his wrist, slamming it to the floor. He struggled, but I put all my weight on it and kept his arm pinned.
Shit! Let go of me, goddammit! Get off of me! Let me go!
He continued to struggle, but I wasn't going to let him go. I shifted my weight to free one of my hands and started trying to pry his open.
Hey! Hey! I'm not fucking around, alright? Let go of my goddamn arm!
No. By then, the others had run over and piled onto Dio along with me. Even then, he refused to stop. With increasing desperation, he tried to get the hand I had grabbed to his mouth. Somebody drug him, please.
We don't have a choice. Luna, go get the soparil.
No. If we put him to sleep, we can't get what we need out of
You
him.
think I don't know that? What other choice do we have? Every minute we spend wrestling this prick is a minute we don't have to deal with those bombs. We don't have time for this.
Shit.
What are you doing, Luna? Go!
Right. Okay, I've got it. I'm ready when you are.
You can do whatever you want to me, you fucking cowards! You're still gonna die!
Eventually. Yes. Not right now.
Go ahead. Tell yourselves you can fix it. Run around like idiots before you get blown to atoms.
I mean, I can fix it.
Serves you fucking right! You're gonna burn!
Oh, for God's sake! Luna, shut him up!
Right, here goes.
Ooh, in the arm bone. Oh man, poor Kay's got to carry around 2 bodies. As they began to climb off of him, I finally pried Dio's hand open. There it was, just what I'd expected. A small, unassuming capsule. I didn't know what was in it exactly, but it was undoubtedly some kind of poison. Yeah, see, you put the poison in your mouth first, and then you say goodbye, Dio. That helps things. I stumbled toward the sink and tossed it into the drain. How much time do we have left?
25 minutes or so, I believe.
And how much time until the white doors open?
The same.
So, what do we do?
We put in the password and stop the bomb.
We searched Dio, but he doesn't have a note or anything with the codes on it.
Well, only one option left then.
Yeah, and that is?
Intuition. We trust our hunches.
Are you suggesting we just guess?
Is it a rhetorical question if you're unaware that you know the answer? That's a good question. Do you have a better idea?
Well, no, but
Wait, there's another way.
What is it?
Before I can tell you, everyone has to promise to do exactly as I say. No questions. What's your answer?
We all nodded.
Good. First of all, Sigma, you're coming with me.
Right.
The rest of you, listen up. I want you to take Alice, Quark, and Dio to the Floor B warehouse.
Huh?
Why?
Didn't I say no questions? Good. That's it, we're done.
that's it?
Is there a problem? I seem to recall you promised to do exactly what I told you to do. Okay, we don't have much time left. Now get moving. Sigma, you're with me.
Okay. Vi turned around without waiting and headed for the door. So there is a different scene if we fail to defuse one of the bombs. So I am probably going to purposely mess it up once. Before I could blink, she was gone. And hope that it checkpoints me on the bomb. I gave everyone else in the infirmary a quick thumbs up and a shaky smile. Take care of these guys, okay? We'll see you back on floor B before you know it. So, just trust us, alright? Good? I couldn't think of anything else to say. I turned and ran after Fi. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gave up drinking and ate noodles instead. I've been sober for 6 months now. That's good. Okay. Bomb number 3, right? Okay. So, what do we do?
Get the input device ready.
Alright, done. All hooked up and everything.
How many minutes do we have left?
Well, they'll go off when the doors open, so... 21.
That means we have 7 minutes per bomb. That includes travel time, though.
Bomb number 2 is in the control room on floor B. And bomb number 1 is also on floor B with the garden. So, we just need to hurry, right?
Yeah.
So, what are we supposed to do? I mean, you do have some sort of plan, right?
Well, it's not like I don't have one.
Then stop being so mysterious and tell me. What the hell am I supposed to do?
You need to make a jump.
Jump?
Yeah, to another world. Another history.
I can't.
You didn't just guess that Dio set the bombs, did you? You knew it. Because you remembered it happening in another history, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, but I mean...
You just have to do that again.
So, you're saying I need to go to another history and get the password out of Dio somehow?
Doesn't have to be another one. It could be this one. Just go back to the past and question him. Then again, if you do that, you might end up changing things so you don't end up here. That would mean you couldn't deactivate the bombs in this history. So you have to come back to this exact moment, or...
Damn it. This is so confusing.
Well, don't think about it then. We don't have time anyway. Just jump.
Okay. Get it. See you later then. Are you insane? You're talking about transporting myself across space and time. Also, why should I have to do everything? Can't you jump too?
My jumps happen suddenly, out of the blue. I can't control them.
Neither can I.
That's a problem.
Well, maybe we don't spend 7 minutes arguing about this.
All right, consider this. Maybe we've already jumped from another history to this one, but our memories of that history got damaged or something. We forgot most of what happened in that other timeline. If we can remember even a little bit, though. Anyway, it's just a hypothesis.
Are you saying I might know it already? And I just have to try and remember it?
Yeah, I feel like we know. So, anything? We need the bomb password. Do you remember hearing it in another time?
I do, in fact. I stared down at the input device. Password. The bomb password. Actually, I did remember it. I had heard it. All right. So this is number 3. L X Q L H C N M, and the actual answer is an R, but I think if I screw up one of these... If I fail to defuse this bomb. Perhaps. So... we'll try flubbing this one. Oh no, it won't. Let me fail this one? I guess not. Well, I'll see if I can get that ending. I don't know if I can. We'll find out.
Good job. It worked.
Whew. I sighed and wiped what felt like a bucket's worth of sweat from my forehead.
So
that
you knew
right
the
now. It's about
password
1,000,000
after
degrees
all.
in my office.
Interesting.
Yeah, I guess I
You
did.
heard it in another history?
Yeah?
Just what happened in that other timeline? Never mind. We don't have time for that. How much longer?
18 minutes.
Good. We've still got time. Come on, let's go. We've still got 2 more. The number 2 bomb is next on the list.
So we're heading to the control room.
Right. No time to waste. Oh, and don't forget the input device.
And then she was gone. I hurriedly disconnected the device from the bomb and chased after her. Okay, here we go. I mean, I feel like we're still gonna fail to defuse the 0 bomb because we don't actually know where that one is. So we might still have another little backtrack to do. Alright, number 2.
You got it?
Yeah, right here.
Hook it up.
Right. Done.
Okay. Hurry it up. Plug in the password.
Done. Hey. What the hell?
Calm down. You probably just typed it in wrong.
No way. I'm sure I did it
Try
right.
it again.
That's a pretty good one, Chalabungi. Yeah, nothing. That password's no good.
Then it's different. All 3 bombs use different passwords.
Yep, looks like it.
Shit!
Vi slammed her foot against the locker, her face uncharacteristically twisted by anger and frustration.
This is bad. What the hell are we gonna do? Try and remember it. Did you see or hear anything in another history that could be a password? A different password?
You mean like a different history from the other one I remember?
Yeah, you figured it out there. You just can't remember it very well right now. Remember what happened with the last bomb? This one is just like that.
Another history. Another history. The password. Do I know what it is? Can I remember it? I have to. Ah, the one where we found out our hens were not normal hens. Okay. E, Q, D, D, Y, R, N, T, K. Speaking of that, the I Expect You to Die, there is an I Expect You to Die 3 out for VR.
Damn, this is crazy. So you did know it.
Yeah, guess so.
Well, don't scare me like that, all right?
Come on, it's not like I was hiding it. I just couldn't remember it at first. Then it just kind of floated up. Or maybe it drifted down.
Whatever. The point is, we disarmed the thing. Amazing.
You sure don't sound very amazed.
Okay, that just leaves us with the last bomb. It's
in the garden.
Right. Let's go take care of it while you're on a roll with these things.
Ugh. Make it sound so easy.
Well, don't just stand there. Let's go!
Okay. Yes, Sigma ended up with some white stuff on his hand, and it looks suspiciously like what it's not. She spun around and was gone. I gripped the input device tightly and headed off after her. Sigma has cybernetic arms. That's what we learned. Because instead of blood in his hands, he has little white jizz stuff. Right. Best place in the entire facility. Yeah, it looks itty bitty.
Finally.
It is
The
just
last
the arms.
one.
They did a body scan, and he is normal himself, except for his arms. He did have an existential crisis for a bit where he thought he was an android, but no, turns out it was just his arms. He has cybernetic arms. Yeah.
How many minutes left?
Oh, plenty of time. Less than 10.
It's okay. We can still make it. Just stay calm, all right? You have the input device?
I am calm. Yeah. There we go. Connected.
Okay. Go.
Go?
We've done this twice already. Do you really need a third pep talk?
You want me to remember another password, right?
Exactly. What else would I be talking about?
But
Don't sweat it. You did great the last 2 times. I'm sure this one will be a cakewalk. Third time's the charm, right?
that's, not really how that's used. I'm just worried that lightning's not gonna strike twice, or thrice in this case, I guess?
No, I think mine still works. There's nothing to suggest the first and second times aren't charmed, too.
I guess so.
Whatever. Just do it. You're the only person who can.
What about you? You can jump to other worlds too, right?
Yeah, but I can't remember things as well as you, all right? I'm doing the best I can, but either I haven't seen the stuff you have, or I just can't remember it. Maybe we've been going to different worlds. Anyway,
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
I'm counting on you.
Let's go. Let's do it. The password. The password. The password. Remember? Remember, Sigma? Come on, lightning can strike twice, or even 3 times. It's called a lightning rod. You can do it. You did it before. You did it twice before. This is nothing. You're a champion. Come on, Sigma, you can do this. Pull open the door to your memories. Yes, that's what memento mori means. All the dead bodies. Remember all the dead bodies. And the root beer floats that Quark was talking about, and, you know, the weird hologram. Okay. B, Q, Z. R, G, J. D, X, R. Go. All clear. Yeah. Suck on that, Dio, you arrogant son of a bitch. Ah, that feels good. I haven't felt this satisfied in ages. It's like my whole brain is just swimming in endorphins. I feel like it's just going to melt and dribble out my ears. This is, without a doubt, what heaven feels like. Honestly, I feel like I could fly right now. Hell, I almost wish there was another bomb so I could feel this again. Isn't this great? Bye. Hey, what's going on? You're really harshing the vibe here. Would it really kill you to smile? We just saved everybody. Oh, also, not that I need it or anything, but it sure would be nice to get a thank you or something. Oh, thank you, Sigma. You're the greatest. You're so awesome. I'll dress up in that swimsuit for you, just like I promised. I mean, just the swimsuit thing would really be fine, but... Are you even listening to me?
I am. You said you wish there was another bomb, right?
Well, I mean, I don't really...
I hope you're happy. You're going to get your wish.
Oh, what?
I remembered something too. Just a glimpse. We must have confronted Dio about the bombs. I'm not sure how, but we got him to tell us about them.
Exactly. I've planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3. But there's also one more. Bomb number 0.
I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Suddenly I remembered it too. I'd heard Dio say those very words in the Floor B warehouse. No. No way.
Looks like you remember it too.
Yeah.
How much time do we have?
Shit. We've only got 4 minutes.
Well, hurry up. We need to get to the 0 bomb.
Right. I yanked the input device out of the bomb and turned to chase after. What are you just standing there for? Go! Show me where the bomb is.
What? Are you telling me you don't know where it is? You have got to be kidding me.
How the hell would I know where the bomb is? Oh shit. You don't know? She bit her lip and nodded. Damn it. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Can't deactivate the bomb if we don't know where the damn thing is.
Calm down. Just calm down. You need to think, Sigma. There has to be a clue somewhere. Pretend you're Dio. You need to hide the bomb. Where would you hide something important?
Hide something important.
Right.
Hide. If I was Dio, where would I hide? Ah!
Sigma, wait! Where are you going?
Don't follow me. Go find the others.
Idiot! Do you really think I'd do that?
I could hear her following me. There was no time to argue. Instead, I focused on my goal. There was still time. Is it where you hit the knife? Yes, is the answer. I mean, see, the thing is, if he hit it in the AB room, we'd actually be screwed.
Here?
Oh, shit. Yeah, should be between these AB rooms. Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. Good. I was right. How much time do we have left?
About a minute.
Shit!
Hurry!
I'm hurrying as fast as I can. I'm impressed you could reach that, Sigma. The input device was plugged in. I was ready to go. Now I just had to enter the password. But what was the password? I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd already used up my 3rd time charm. Still, I had to try. I shook my head and concentrated. Okay, so I am gonna mess this one up because I want to see that other ending. And I don't know how many tries I get. Only 1 on this one. Yeah, the other one, it gave me a 2nd try. This one we ran out of time. It was actually fairly anticlimactic. There wasn't time for anything. Anticlimactic? Yeah. No time to say goodbye to Phi or try to shield her from the blast, for all the good it would have done. Bloop. Explodey. Eclipse moon. When I came to, I was floating in a field of nothingness. Every moment felt like an eternity. Oh. I guess that bomb doesn't count for getting that other ending. That's kind of sad. Well, that's disappointing. Deactivate bomb. I'll go back and see if I could get the hug ending real quick. And then we can always jump back.
Finally. How many minutes?
We have 9 minutes
It's
left.
okay. We can still make. Just stay calm, alright? You have the input to.
Okay. It might be 3 times and it doesn't work.
Okay.
So we'll see.
We've done this twice already. Do you really need a third pep? Exactly. What else would I do?
Alright.
Don't sweat. You did great, though. I'm sure this one will. Third time's the charm, right? No, I think mine still. There's nothing to suggest the first and second times. Whatever. Just do it. You're the only person who can.
Okay, yeah, well,
yeah, I can't remember doing the either. I just. Maybe we've been. Anyway.
Yep,
I'm counting on.
Put in some fake passwords. Don't worry about it. Yes, think about the passwords. Imagine we didn't actually know them. No, it just kind of lets me keep entering passwords. Why would it let me enter passwords forever? Maybe if I just go back. I tried over and over, but it was no good. Each guess was wrong. No matter how I strained my memory, I couldn't remember even a letter of the bomb's password. This is why I have a notebook. Had I even seen or heard it anywhere in the first place? I'd seen other histories, but had I seen what I needed? If I hadn't, then it was all over. If I couldn't control my jumps, then what good were they?
Sigma, just let it go. Our time's up. This is it.
Nice place to end it, in the garden.
Before it ends, I wanted to tell you thanks. You knew we were about to die, but you still stuck with me. A lot of people wouldn't have done that. You're a good person. There's one more thing. I'm glad I met you. The moment I saw you, you seemed familiar. Anyway, thanks.
Yeah, the garden is a great place.
It looks
to
like
end
our
it.
time's almost up. Hopefully the others will make it. There isn't much hope for us, though. I think this is...
Don't you dare say goodbye.
What?
We'll meet again. Somewhere. Some when. I guarantee it. We can jump through parallel worlds. We can change history. You see? This won't end here. I won't let it. This is just the beginning.
Sigma.
Ah, there we go. Hugs. Suddenly I felt Phi's face against my chest. I put my arms around her and held tight. And we've seen glimpses of this bit in previous endings. Or previous routes. So I wanted to make sure we got it. Then... Bloop. Explodies. Death. Pain. Destruction. Everything went dark. When I came to, I was floating in a field of nothingness. Again. We sure like to float in fields of nothingness. Don't we? little bit of extra lore. Alright, but let's work on deactivating the number 0 bomb. With the actual password this time.
Here?
Yeah, should be between these AB rooms. Good, I was right. How much time do we have left?
About a minute.
Shit!
Hurry!
I'm hurrying as fast as I can. Alright, we get one chance. Input device was plugged in. It was ready to go. Now I just have to enter the password. But what was the password? Couldn't shake the feeling I'd already used up my 3rd time charm. Still had to try. I shook my head and concentrated. Okay. L X A Q N S G D Q. Complete. Clear. Clear. It stopped.
Yeah.
Fi and I crumpled to the ground. The adrenaline that had sustained us suddenly gone.
How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history?
It's hard to explain. The short version is that Dio hid something here in another timeline. I guessed maybe he'd put the bomb here too.
Pretty good guess.
Yeah.
Well, you did it. So, thanks.
Oh, I don't need any thanks. Just
What?
about that swimsuit you promised.
What? What on earth are you talking about?
Chromatic doors have opened.
Oh, we better hurry.
5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
This is bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting for us in the Floor B warehouse.
What about the swimsuit?
What the hell are you going on about? Just go!
Now is not the time to worry about the swimsuit, Sigma. Oh my god. Before I could protest, she turned and ran toward the magenta door. I sighed and headed off after her. God, Sigma, sometimes you're just a perv. I ran into the warehouse to find everyone else already there. They'd done as Fi asked, and brought the 3 unconscious members of our party back to the doors. Fi and I shared a quick glance, then headed over toward them.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
So, did you disable the bombs?
Yeah. I could have done it in my sheep.
Don't you mean in your sleep?
Oh my. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good job, you guys.
No need to thank me. Although, I mean, if you insist, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit time.
What?
Huh?
You're disgusting.
1 minute remains until chromatic
Yeah, let's
doors
just
close.
Sigma, stop asking about swimsuits and get through the dang doors. Come on.
We need to hurry.
Everybody know who's in their group?
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
set.
Then let's move.
At Tenmyoji's command, we broke off into our teams. Kay carried Quark on his back and dragged Dio along the floor and through the white door on the left. Oh, yeah, I mean, Dio doesn't really need carrying. Dragging is more appropriate. Clover and Luna carried Alice through the door on the right. And Tenmyoji, Fi, and myself ran through the center door.
10 seconds remain until chromatic doors
One
close.
more room. Let's do it.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, at least this
Zero.
time we're not diving through the doors as the seconds are counting down.
Chromatic
I
doors.
suppose we're ahead of the game this
closing.
time. Okay, where are we going? Q. That's helpful. That is a very helpful name tag. Oh dear God, this room is bright. And empty? I thought maybe I saw a corner there for a second, but I think it was an optical illusion. What the hell? There's nothing here.
Well, there are doors. The one we came in. And that one, which I'm assuming is the exit.
Yup, figures. Won't budge.
The plaque on the door just said Q.
Q. What the hell's that supposed to mean?
Really? Now someone's just being a smartass.
Huh?
Nothing. Maybe the Q is for question.
Well, I guess it is a very questionable room.
If there was a deck of cards here, maybe the Q would be for Queen.
That's a quality guess right there.
Right. Well, we need to get out of here. Let's find a way to get the door open.
We also need to find the star keys.
There has to be a safe somewhere in here.
I've got enough BP to open the door, but you guys need to play the AB game some more.
Yeah.
We still need a few more points.
If we can get those star keys, we should be able to play the AB game as many times as we need to. So...
It's just a matter of time until we get the points we need.
right.
Now that we don't have to worry about bombs blowing us up, and as long as we can keep, Dio sedated and everything should be fine. Well, let's get started then.
Good.
Okay.
Okay. What are we supposed to do here? The room's empty. Wait. Do you hear something? I do hear something. Oh. Oh, it's like a hollow room. Weird. Huh. Well, how much you want to bet it has something to do with that? Guess we should go, have a look. I think this cube is just floating here. How the hell's it doing that? Who knows? Can't tell just by looking at it. Why don't you touch it and see if anything happens? Oh, it's Minesweeper. Kind of. I think the rest of this is 0. So whatever it is has to do with down here. I don't understand what's going on here. Have another look at it. Huh? The cube. Look at it again. There are winning and losing panels on the wall. The cube can help you find the winning panels. When the winning panels, and only the winning panels, are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. Here's how to find the winning panels. When you select a panel on the cube, it will display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. This number indicates the number of winning panels that border each panel. So, yeah, it's kind of Minesweeper. Okay, border each panel. Got it. And diagonals count. The hint that appears on the cube is different for each side. Okay. Yeah. I get that. Adjacent walls don't provide hints. Yeah, everything's for that wall. 8 puzzles hidden in the walls. Oh boy. Examine the floor to view this message one more time. After that, it will be gone forever. Okay. So this one has 2. And that one is touching 1, so that one can't be 1. So if this was touching 3, so then that one has to be a winning tile? Because it is only touching one other winning tile. Yeah. So if that's a winning tile, that's a winning tile. It's touching 1, 2. But it's not touching 3. Unless that one is also touching. Oh, hold on. And then that one? Because that one would be touching the 2 and the 3. But that wouldn't be a 1 if both of those were 1. Hold on. The winning tiles are all in that corner. Everything else was 0, so at least I think everything else was 0. I kind of scanned around and it all seemed like 0, so we have starting in the corner. I just want to see the answers all together, or all the numbers all at once. Two. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 0, 1, 1. 1, 1. Okay. So I think technically none of the 1s can be winning tiles then, because they're next to 0s. And the 2 can't be as well. At least the top 2, but the bottom 2 could be. I wonder if it counted itself. Yeah, but that 1 wouldn't be right. No, that's not what I want right now. Well, that can't be right, then. unless they're... Well, they can't just be in the horizontal. They were in all the directions. So I'm pretty sure the 2 3s have to be. It's a little weird. I guess they do count themselves? Okay. Whoa, what the hell? Interesting. So that's how this one works. It looks like there's more of them. We should keep looking. Okie dokie. Ow. I am unhappy about this. I didn't look at the floor. Number of winning panels that border each panel. Okay. I am going to mark this down. This page right here. Just for reference, so I can double check I understand how this puzzle works. They count themselves when bordering. Ah. You didn't miss anything other than me trying to understand this puzzle that I have to repeat 4 times, or 8 times, apparently. And then 1, 2, 3, 1, 0, 0, 0. Yeah. So it's if they border one and then they count themselves, which is why that one is a 3. If they border one, it's 1. If they are 1, they count as bordering themselves. That's not usually how that works, but that's how that does work. Okay. 8 puzzles hidden in the walls. Okay. It's kind of Minesweeper, yeah. Oh my god, that's horrific. Okay. 1, 2, 2, 1. Okay. So then we have that is a 1 down there. And that's a 0 there. Yes, I appreciate you withholding the back seating for a moment. I wish my notes went down. Wow. Okay. You're a 2. And you were a 3. Okay. Then those both are 1s. And that's a 1, too. I think that's right. Yeah. That's a 0 and a 1. Yeah, that's a 0. Oh, crap. Come back. We have my memo. Okay. So, looks like the bottom 2. And it doesn't look like it's a diagonal. It's only like adjacent. Yeah, so it's the bottom 2 and then the bottom 3. Ah, which are conveniently left open. Oh, good. I do like Minesweeper. This is kind of Minesweeper, but not quite. Okay, let us... Now let's rotate the other way, because we've already done that one. Let's do this wall now. Alright, let's clear our memo. It's totally irrelevant now. Okay. All 0s. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 2, 2. If only it was actual Minesweeper, that would make me way happier. Then a 3 and a 1. And a 1. 3 and a 1 and a 1. So, there's a 1 up there. And a 0 there. Oops. Yeah, those are all 0s. Okay. Alright, so there's a 1 over there and a 1, 1. There's a 1, 1, 1 block over there. Okay. 1, 1, 1, 1. So I think that means there's just the center block right there. Because that's a 0. That's a 0. Okay, I think that's it on this one. So we're looking at in L, I believe, on the bottom, backwards L, and then 3 up on the right. So 3 up on the right. Oh boy. And then I think it's this one. Yeah. Oh, good. But there might even be more than one world where that happens. But the reactions could have been different. Alright. Way around. I'm glad we found the safe. Open up the last wall, anyway. Haha, I've cheated it. 1, 4, 4, 3, 2, and that was a 1. Okay. So we had 4, 3, 3. This feels a little bit cheesy. 3, 3, 3. This looks like a large block. Oh, that's actually a 2. Hold on. To make sure I take proper memos. I think it was a 3, that's a 4, and that's a 2. Oh no, that's a 3. Okay. The bottom ones are hard because the memo space doesn't actually go all the way down. Slightly annoying. Okay. Are you gonna go do that next weekend? Okay. So that's a 0. Let's see. That's a 1. Well, that sounds like it'll be fun at least. 3, 3, 1, 1. You're 0. You're all 0s. This question, I guess, is what's that one? And then the row above the 1s. Okay, that's all 0s. That is all 0s. Okay, I don't think there's anything more. So, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that the 4s are probably all filled in. So let's change colors here. And we'll say, oops, that was terrible. Say you're filled in, you're filled in, you're filled in, you're filled in, and you are filled in. Okay, so that 3 is covered because it's touching that one. This 1 isn't covered though. So that 3 would have to be there, but this 4 can still be there. That's not a problem. So if we put the 3 filled in, the 1 is good, this 1 is good, this 4 needs this one filled in, and this 4, or this 3 needs this one filled in, or needs to be filled in. And then you have to be filled in. In order for this 4 to work, because it would have to be 1, 2, 3, and it needs 1 more adjacent, and it's not the 1, so it'll be the 2. The 2 is covered, so the 3 can't be. This 3 is covered, so that can't be. The 2 then has to touch this one. Which then needs to touch this one. Sounds really weird, out of context, I'm sure. So then that's a good 3. That's a good 3. That 4 has to mean that. This 4 is short 1, but this 3 is also short 1. So that's what that looks like. And then 4 is good, 3 is good, 3 is good, 2 is good. Okay, I think that's the answer. All right. So 6 on the far left corner and 6 on almost the far right. Okay, I think I can remember this. Oh. Okay. Oh, Rocky Horror. God, this is like a room of everybody's puzzles, isn't it? Okay, and that's one we've done. I think it was saying there's 8 puzzles, so I don't think I have to do anything with the ceiling. No. Okay, good. So let's pick a puzzle, any puzzle. Five moves to complete this puzzle. Huh. I feel like I've done this puzzle somewhere before. Oh well. That doesn't really matter, I guess. So I think it was... No, that's not it. I've done a similar one, but I don't think we've done this one. Oh, I'm sure this one is just staring me in the face, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, I need to just stop and think about it. me see which colors I'm supposed to be getting. Oh, I'm trying to get everything red. I see. That actually helps me. There we go. I thought we were trying to do something else. And that's what it was. It had it totally red on the... I think there was a picture somewhere that had it totally red. That's how I was supposed to know. Did I solve it? Yeah, that must be the answer. Look. Yes, it had windows that were totally red. That's what I thought I saw. Okay. The glass doors. They're open. Well done. That was some good work, Sigma. Uh-huh. Okay, what do we got? It's a binder. Well, let's have a look. There's only a single piece of paper in here. It says, Q Chamber Special AB Game. You have found instructions for the Q Chamber's AB game. You can review it by visiting the archive. That's somewhat disturbing. And a memory card red. It says AB on it. It's gonna be good. Okay. Archive. Three people will definitely choose ally. Three people will definitely choose betray. One is a mysterious mirror man. He will always do whatever his opponent does. First answer, strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. We must be the only ones to surpass 6. Okay. It's kind of odd. Not looking forward to that one. Looks like 4 purple books. Let's go through each one of them. What the? There's nothing written here. Huh? I mean, all the pages are blank. Are the other books the same? Let's have a look. Yeah, there's nothing here. This one's blank too. Huh? Something wrong. Is there something in that one? No, the pages are all blank. It's just... Just what? Well, there are some pictures put in between the pages back here. 3 of them, it looks like. Picture of a blue die, a green die, and a red die. Okay. Oh, and it's gonna be positional. Okay. Here we go, here we go. Let's see. We need to get... the blue ones, it needs to be a 1 in 5 over. Roll 6 die. Must match a specific pattern. Okay. Vertically, horizontally. Okay, let's give it a shot. Okay. Alright. So the blue die is in the right spot. That blue die, anyway. Okay, what is a 5, 4 over, 4 up? So right there should be a 5. blue die are good. No. Blue die are good. Oh my god. Okay. So 6 is 4 up, 5 over. Okay. That one's in the right spot. And the next one is 3 down, 4 over 2. I think that's right. No, 3 down, 4 over. So that slot right there. There we go. Now for the red die. Looks like 3 up, 5 over 3. Like that. And then 4 over 4 down is 4. Damn it. It needs to be a 4, and it needs to be between the blue and the green. Magic. Is that not right? Should be 2 up and a 1. Yeah? Yeah. Can't figure it out. What? That was right! come on, game. Did it need to be the other die? Because that's really annoying. I'm not sure how you would know that. Because it literally just shows a picture of 2 dice. I mean, unless it's the other way around. But it can't be. And that was a 1, right? Yeah, it's a 1. And that one's a 5, right? Yeah, they're 2 up next to each other. Yes. So that's right. I mean, the positions matter, but these are the positions I'm matching. Like, they were in the right spot, but the only thing I can think is that it's wanted a specific red die there, and I put the wrong one. So that's a 3. It's 3 up and 5 over. Let me see. I have to check this one out, because it's bugging me. Okay. Right, that's the 4. That should be fine. Okay, that's right. I don't see anything that says that it's, like, that's what the solution was, and that's the solution I did, so I don't really understand what's wrong with it. So I'm going to look and see which one it is that says that the die goes where. Just in case. That's what matters. Just to confirm, that's what I already had. That's a 2 up there. Did I not get a 2? I swear I got a 2 up here. It's exactly what I did. What did I do different last time? Was my blue die down 1? Is that what the problem was? No, they lined up last time. I wonder if the orientation mattered. So, like, you see which way the 6 is turned? If they had to match the directions as opposed to just the numbers. Because that would make it a specific die. Which is really annoying. I also don't see why I couldn't just pick them up and put them down. Anyway. Ha! Got it. Yeah, I had a feeling you could do it. Good job. Have a look at that. Have a look at this. Hey, it opened. Excellent. I have a blue AB card. Wonderful. Okay. It's a green one. Are those missiles? They're darts. Look over here. I think that's a green memory card. We can't get it out, though. The glass is covering it. I think we can get some darts out, though. Okay. I'll grab a couple. I have 3 darts. But I'm not sure what my score is supposed to be, and... Let's see, there's a projector in the room. That was the dice puzzle. That's the dice puzzle. That's the card reader. I'm just gonna see where the, Okay, so the gold file is off of the AB game. That's what I was looking at. I'm trying to do all the puzzles like myself and not use the guide. But I just wanted to check where I wasn't going to miss the gold file. It looks like this is the scoreboard for the dartboard. That's a dartboard. I remember seeing this before. Come on, who hasn't seen a dartboard before? No, that's not what I mean. I feel like I've seen it somewhere in this building before. It's just, this board is different from a normal dartboard, you know? Let's try it out. What do you mean, try it out? Isn't that obvious? There's only 2 ways to use a dartboard. Either you use it to hold pizza, or you throw darts at it. You've got some darts then, don't you, Sigma? Maybe you could try throwing them. Get a score of 100 with 3 darts. Oh, okay. However, the first dart must land in the green area, the second in the blue area, and the third in the red area. Okay. To throw a dart at a particular area and release it where you'd like it to land. Okay. Huh? That's weird. I could have sworn I've seen these darts before somewhere. Whatever. Time for some darts. Okay. So... we can't obviously hit the middle, but we're trying to get the 100, which is white, and that's how you know it's 100. Oh boy, math. I love math. Isn't math fun? So... let's see. If we did a 13 triple, that's 39. And then we hit a... oh, interesting. There's 2 8s. 8 triple 8, which is 24. Gives me 63, which I would need a 37, which won't work. Because there's no way to get a 37. Because that is a prime number. So. What if we did a 22? So that's a double 11. And that would give us 61, so which we would need another, we need 39, which would mean another triple 13. There's a lot of 8s, which really makes me think 8 is part of this somehow. So, what about a triple 14? Let's start there. So that's 42. So then we do a triple 8, so that's 24. Gives us 66, which needs a 34, which I don't think I can make with anything here. But let's see, 42, and then. 40. is 64, which needs a 36, which I also can't make with anything here. Okay. Well, let's try a different one. Let's assume that's a 9, and that's a triple 9 is a 27. Plus a triple 13, which was 39. So 66, which leaves us with 34 again, and there's no way to get 34. Hold on, can't do that. Oh, I also can't do a triple 13. What am I talking about? 27 plus 13 gives us 40. Is there a way to get 60 with the numbers here? There is not. So that's too small. Oh, goody math. I love math. So much. So there's gotta be 2 triples in there, probably. Unfortunately, all the triple blues are 24. Which doesn't get me close enough. To 100. 72. If I could get a 28, which is again a 4 times something. So 4 times 7. Not a 3 times 7. Ah! God damn math. Yeah, so the highest ones I could get is a 42 plus a 33, which gives me a 75. But I can't get a 25 out of anything on this board, so that doesn't help me. Okay. Yeah. Oh, wait. I can get 28. I just can't math. I was so close. Okay. Yeah, so first start. I was there. I just can't math. Oh my god. Okay. 14 times 2 is 28. I was thinking 7 times 4 is 28, but I forgot that 14 is 7 times 2. So yeah, I had the solution. I was there. I was there. Damn it. Oh well. Huh, piece of cake. You see that? My dart skills are undeniable. The hardest part of this challenge is being able to throw darts and hit what you aim at. Yes, I saw quite clearly. It was very nice. Do you really think you had to stand the whole 2 meters and 37 centimeters away from the dartboard, though? I'm a fair man. My high school voted me most likely to be a judge, you know? Okay. That's great and all, but look. See the display case? It's open. Great. Now we can get that green memory card. Yes, we can. And then we get to play AB games. And it's fun. We're gonna have to pull out all the stops on this job. You sound like you're in a heist movie. Should I have worn a catsuit? I think I just threw up a little. Besides, everybody in a heist movie wears a sweet suit. Okay. Now that we've masked. What the heck is this ridiculously huge thing? There's this screen down here. Well, looks like this is the only part you can actually interact with. But it's dark. There's nothing on it.
There are some card slots underneath the screen. They look just like the ones on the polling machines in the AB rooms.
So that means we need to put some memory cards in here, right?
Yeah, like the one you've got in your hand right now.
This green card, huh? Well, let's see if anything happens when I put it into the green slot. Red card, huh? Well, see if anything happens when I put it into the red slot. This blue card, huh? Well, let's see if anything happens when I put it into the blue slot. Would you look at that?
Looks like you turned it on.
Yes, we did. Okay. Oh, you ready for this A-B game nonsense? Us, A and B, are all pairs consisting of 2 people. C, D, and E are solos consisting of a single person. First, move the pairs A and B to the blank areas on the left under pair. Next, move C, D, and E to the blank areas on the left over solo. Okay. A pair and a solo aligned vertically with verses between them will face off against one another in the AB game. You can still move icons even after you've placed them. Once an opponent has been selected, the game will begin. Choose the vote for the Us pair, either ally or betray. The results of your match will be displayed along with the results from the other teams. If the correct number of people reach the target BP after playing 3 rounds, the game will be completed. Okay, so for the golden file code, we're going to be the only one to reach 9. So I'll take, we'll pair with C. Or C is the mirror man who always copies everything, so and we want to betray first round. Okay, and E always, or C always does the same thing. So, now we go to round 2. And in round 2, okay. We want to keep voting ally from here on out. So we want, at least we want C to copy us. Okay, and now the only way that E can hit 9 if we put them in a pair that, or against a pair that will ally. So I guess we'll do the same thing. There we go. So that's our golden file password. Nice one. Looks like that was the answer. I knew it. That looks like a password to the safe.
We did it. This should get us into that safe.
Okay. And then we do this again. Okay, C, D, and E are all solos. Okay. You can still move the icons after you've placed them. The game will begin along with the results from the other teams. So this goal is to get everybody to the target BP after 3 rounds. Which is, you know, slightly more complicated. Although I think it looks like just the same thing all over again. Ally. A and E are always betraying. That's lovely. I feel like this may not be the solution. I guess it wasn't, there's just 2 people we can discount? Oh, because A and E are betrayers. They're always betrayers. And B and D always ally. Okay, okay. I get it. So basically because A and E always betray, we pair them against each other all the time. So they never lose points, but they never gain points. And everyone who allies always allies. Ha! Got it. Way to go. Good work. Hey look, the screen changed color. So would this be... Could this be... Should this be? Oh, there are different symbols now in different places. Right. Lovely. Let's get out of this room. I quite dislike it. Something just slid out from the wall. I think I've seen something like this before.
Oh, you mean one of those exercise machines where you twist your hips around?
No, I don't think so. This doesn't look like the fitness machine to me. It's a hologram.
Kind of ruins it when you take it so seriously.
This is... Damn it. Can't remember. Alright. Screen, huh? There's nothing on it.
And it doesn't do anything when I touch it.
How do we turn it on? Hell if I know.
I don't see a button or a card slot or anything.
Not a lot we can do if we can't turn it on. Might as well leave it alone for now.
Okay, let's do some passwords.
The same safe we've been seeing in other rooms.
That means we probably open it the same way too.
We just need to plug in the password, right?
Yeah. Why don't you give it a shot?
Moon, sun, sun. Sun, sun. That's not right. Give me my gold file. This should be my last gold file.
Good job. You opened it.
Well done.
Secrets. I did find all the secrets. Lovely.
Alright, let's poke an exit code.
Okay, finally we're out of here. Moon, star. Completed. That will be the last room. Oh! Conveniently, we don't have to mix our own Accelavir. There's extra vials of it. Perfect. Yes! It's open! Okay then, let's see what's in here. First off, 2-star keycards. Why do we always start with the least interesting things, Sigma? We can use these to play the AB game as many times as we want. Hold on. Those keys are important, but look at this. Accelavir! The Radical 6 cure? Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what to say. Quark is... I know, I'd make copies just in case we're all infected. Quark is going to be okay. Is he crying? Alright, let's get out of here. We need to get this stuff to Quark and Alice. Yeah, you're right. This key should do the trick. Let's get moving. Door, where's the door? Open the door, Sigma, and let's get out of here. The door's locked. This is lock. You guys ready? I'll sit here. Go for it. Alright. 3, 2, 1. 2, 3. Stop that. Jeez. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Why is opening these doors always such a production? Okay, so... We still have a hologram to look at. We have a tombstone to open.
It opened.
We should get back to the Flore warehouse then.
Hey, wait. Did you guys hear something?
What?
You didn't hear it? It came from over there. Sounds like something turning on. See? I told you. This screen wasn't on before.
You're right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door.
It looks like an authentication screen. I think we need to put in an ID and a password.
Yeah, but what?
That was when I noticed the illustration. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the... Memento mori. Remember death. If the 9th lion ate the sun. All the lions eating suns. Everywhere. Why is that imagery so important? Oh, of course. This was the real 9th lion. But if that was the case... Oh, we're gonna have a death trip again. Okay. Does it wants the password, right? The other one. Is it really the same password? Username and password? I mean, I guess. It must be.
Oh. There's something. Oh. Right. That's why it was the old lady. I got it. It's the name on her badge. This is what happens when I don't play for a while. I was wondering when I was going to use that. Now. Now is the answer.
Sigma!
Is the old lady.
Look!
You're...
Akane. Her name is Akane Kurashiki. I've been looking for her for a very long time.
Oh my god, is Tenmyoji Junpei? That would be weird, right? He walked toward her, slowly, carefully, almost as if he was afraid of scaring her away. He reached out.
She's a hologram.
Tenmyoji squeezed his eyes shut.
Akane.
He closed his hand around empty air and let it fall to his side. There was a moment of sad silence, and then she began to speak.
I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here. Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions, at least not directly.
If we do all this, are we gonna do like we did in 999, which was change the past and let people live who shouldn't have lived? Like,
I hope you will understand.
is that what we're gonna do?
Now, where to begin?
She looks way more tired than she did when she was younger.
You probably have a great many questions. What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki? But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others. Why were we brought here? The answer to that is simple. Everything that has happened here is part of our plan. All of this was required for the success of the AB project. I assume you heard the name by now, at least. In any event, you are all needed in order to execute our plan. The nonary game was necessary for the same reason. Your question now, I imagine, is just what is this AB project?
I don't see how the nonary game is part of that, but okay.
The answer to that is also simple. Allow me to explain. We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
What do you mean, the past? The moment the words were out of my mouth, I realized no one there could answer the question. Not Phi, not Tenmyoji, and certainly not a pre-recorded hologram.
Have you figured out what this room is? I assume you saw the Q on the door. It stands for quantum. That makes this the quantum room.
That was not one of the cues I had in mind, but okay. I was really hoping it was a cue from James Bond, and we'd go into a gadget room and it'd be super cool, but no, I was disappointed. It took me a moment to realize she'd changed subjects without even pausing. There was nothing we could do, of course, but I still felt a twinge of frustration.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? That houses our quantum computer. The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine. That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Jr. As as well as the golems.
That's a really small quantum computer. I'm impressed.
All of them do their thinking in that box. Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world. The body, the thing that you see and interact with, is somewhere else. But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box. Perhaps it isn't so strange, though. Perhaps humans are the same, with our minds and thoughts existing separate from our bodies.
Okay.
Our core is in our head, of course.
Sure.
We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts, and act according to individual wills.
And perceive the world in completely different ways from everybody else, yes.
That makes communication difficult, though. So, we're forced to rely on inefficient mediums, like language, photographs, non-verbal cues, etc., to transmit information.
I suppose.
Each one of us is an individual, and we have no direct connection to anyone else. But, is that really true? In the dimensions we are most familiar with, yes, it is. If we look at things from another higher dimension, however...
What? Okay, sure.
We may all
digging
be
into dimensions
connected
now.
after all. Like the branches of a tree.
That is true. There is science that suggests there may be a dimension out there that we are unable to perceive, but it exists.
Or a rhizome. Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree. All you can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section. In the two dimensions you see, the roots all appear to be individual things with no connection to one another, but this isn't the case. If you expand your view and look at the root system in 3 dimensions instead of only 2, you see the truth. All the roots join together at the trunk. In 2 dimensions, they appear to be separate. But if you look at the roots from a 3rd higher dimension,
So we're looking at the world from the higher dimension of time?
you see things that might appear to be separate from one another in 3 dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions.
Ow, brain.
Doesn't that at least seem like it could be a possibility? I believe that is how human consciousness actually works. Well, I'm not the only one, I suppose. Zero and I share that belief.
Morphogenetic field theory.
Tenmyoji mumbled something that sounded like nonsense. I opened my mouth to ask him what it meant, but Akane was already talking again.
Now, when I talk about a 4th dimension, I'm referring to the 4th dimension used in Minkowski space-time. Let's start with a single dimension, where all that exists is a point. Connect points to one another, and you have a line. In 1 dimension, the only surface you can create is that, a line. But move to 2 dimensions and create more lines, and you can create shapes. These are 2-dimensional surfaces.
Okay.
Move up to 3 dimensions, and you can connect these shapes to one another and form 3-dimensional objects. Now you have a 3-dimensional surface, which encompasses a volume of space. Connect 3-dimensional objects to one another, and you formed a 4-dimensional object, which encompasses a volume of both space and time.
Okay.
It is on that 4th
Think I'm
dimensional
following.
axis that our minds are connected. If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time?
Just their perception of time? and inability to perceive that fourth dimension?
That theory is the foundation of the AB project. The A represents after, and the B represents before. It probably sounds silly to you. A ridiculous story made up by a mad old woman. But look at what's happened to you. You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong? Tenmyoji should know what I'm talking about as well. I believe you experienced something very similar nearly half a century ago.
Tenmyoji is Junpei. Is that Junpei's last name was Tenmyoji and we never knew?
You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life. It was a long time ago, but perhaps you still remember.
Yeah, of course I do. How could I forget? That little girl was you, Akane.
Suddenly, it felt like Phi and I were outsiders, trespassing on something we had no right to see. Tenmyoji's face was taut with emotion as he looked into Akane's eyes. It seemed almost like she was looking back at him.
Now, unfortunately, my time is up. The final stage of the project will begin very soon. I need to go prepare. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting. One last thing. The cat in the box. Is it alive or is it dead? Sigma? Phi? You will decide its fate.
That's a lot of pressure, lady. That's a lot of pressure.
Goodbye.
Does that mean Alice and Clover have been, frozen for several decades? Especially if... Oh, that's why he wanted to talk to Clover and Alice, though, because he recognized them and he knew who they were, but... It's been a long time. Oh.
Wait! Akane, wait!
Oh, Tenmyoji. I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything is going to be okay.
I guess he does sort of have the same frowny eyebrows that Junpei gets.
I will see you again.
And has the same little bit of perviness.
But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer.
Wait! Akane!
And then she was gone. Tenmyoji collapsed to his knees, his back hunched and shaking. I saw tears land on the white-knuckled fists he pressed against his thighs. I kept quiet. What was there to say? Phi and I looked at one another and nodded silently. With a shaking hand, Tenmyoji pulled a photograph out of his pocket. It was a picture of a girl. After all that we'd been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. Oof. We made our way to the warehouse on floor A and met up with the others. It took only a few minutes to decide to head to the infirmary. Hey, we got the cure, guys. Okay, let's take everybody to the infirmary and administer it, yes? As soon as we arrived, we began to treat Alice and Quark for Radical 6. I gave Luna the Accelavir that I'd found in the queue room. She quickly prepared it and... injected Alice and Quark.
Thank goodness. It will take some time for them to recover completely, but they should be fine.
Good.
Indeed.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys. Thank you so much.
Don't sweat it.
No need to thank us.
Tenmayoji said nothing, just walked over to Quark's unconscious body. He took the small boy's hand in his own and held it tight. I could see tears at the corners of his eyes as he turned away from us. Suddenly, I remembered. Dio. Where had he gone? It didn't take me long to find him. Oh, good. His turn to be handcuffed to a sink. He was sprawled, unconscious, on the floor beneath the sink. Handcuffs?
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters. Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there. Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with them. You are, quite literally, lifesavers. You have my eternal gratitude.
I coughed awkwardly and looked pointedly around the room. I glanced over at Phi to see she was doing the same thing. I don't know if he said he looked familiar, but we thought he seemed to know some things, right? After that, we headed back to the Flore warehouse to play the AB game. Specifically me, Phi, Kay, and Luna. Clover and Tenmayoji decided to remain in the infirmary, just in case something happened with Alice, Quark, or Dio. Luna would represent Clover's team. With Quark and Dio sleeping, Kay would represent the team by default. Which left me, Phi, and Tenmayoji. You should vote.
No, I'll let you handle it. I chose Betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now.
What? That doesn't matter now.
Excuse me. I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round, Phi.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now. You see?
Hey, you're acting like I might actually try and betray her.
Not necessarily.
What does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the AB game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
Yeah?
Okay, I'll vote. You sure you're alright with this, Sigma?
Yeah, I trust you. I handed her the star key.
Shall we open the doors?
I feel like we still don't have answers. There's gotta be more to this, right?
An ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until ambidex game polling closes.
Oh, right. We have to wait for the deadline.
Oh. Well, we could vote earlier, but then each voter would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
They did know Dio planted the bombs.
Okay, let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please, lead the way.
Luna and Kay set off toward the yellow door. I was about to follow when...
Hold on. I just remembered something.
What?
The AB room on the left. In one of the other histories, she...
Oh, yeah. You're right. Akane's body was in there. What does this mean? Why didn't we find her body this time?
Maybe because she wasn't murdered.
But how? When did history change?
Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box. Is it alive? Or is it dead? Sigma? Phi?
How would we decide that fate?
Its fate.
How would we do that? The Schrodinger's cat thing?
Exactly.
I wonder what she meant about us deciding its fate.
Perhaps she was saying her own fate wasn't decided yet.
Huh?
The history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now.
What? No, that's impossible. We've already opened the box. We opened the door to this AB room, and there was no body.
No, we haven't opened the box. We haven't found a body, but we haven't found her alive yet either. In other words, we haven't actually observed her. The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
Oh boy, here we go.
The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story.
Oh boy.
So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
There's no blood splatter this time, right? Where was Akane now? Where was she waiting for us? Or what if she wasn't anywhere now? What if she was waiting for us in another timeline? Or what if she was waiting for us in the past? Was that even possible? If she was, what would that mean? I don't know. Why all the to be continues? A new destination has been added to the flowchart. Oh my god. Well, this is where things go bonkers, right? Oh boy. Oh, we're going pre. AB room passed. Yeah, sure. Let's explore. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Damn it. Feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. Where the hell am I? Oh, don't make me solve these puzzles again, damn it. Looks like an elevator, but...
No, this is one of the AB rooms.
Yeah! Who the hell are you? And what the hell's an AB room?
Damn. I guess you did lose your memory after all.
Memory? Memory. Yes. I remember. You're Phi. She grinned. When is this?
Check your bracelet.
It's a red pair. BP is 3.
Mine's the same.
Does this mean this is the beginning of the game? We've gone back to when we first woke up in the AB room?
No, not quite. I think we woke up a little earlier this time.
How do you know?
Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet.
2 hours, 15 minutes.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time. I think we're about an hour early.
Wait a minute. If you're right...
Yeah, Akane might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her. I think.
Then...
Right. We're here for one reason.
To stop her from getting killed.
Exactly.
Let's move. We need to get out of here, fast.
Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
Do I have to solve the puzzles again? Oh no. And the game knows. It's like you've been skipping the AB room puzzles every time you've been going through this. Now do it again. Okay. We don't need to look there. This is our past, remember? That means we're just repeating history. You see what I'm getting at? The password for the safe should be the same one we got earlier? Oh, okay, yeah. That's good. That's smart. I was gonna redo the whole room. Need to remember the password for the safe. We figured it out last time. It will never change. Okay, that's good to know. Password. Sun, sun, sun. Go. There, it's open. Good work. Hurry up and grab the cracker. Cracker? Damn, I meant key. How the hell? Just shut up and do it. Door, door. Where's the door? All right, let's just put this key in here. For God's sake, just do it already. No need to yell. All right, good. Looks like that worked. Ready, Fi? What do you think? I know. I don't need to ask every time, right? Then why the hell are you asking? Hurry up and... Right. I'm going. 10, 9, 8, 1. Done. Hey, you pushed the button. Bite me. You were taking too long. We're on a schedule here. I wonder if you could skip whole rooms. Like, if you went back and replayed them, if there's, like, extra dialogue that's like, how did you know that was the safe password? Fi and I climbed up through the hatch and out onto the top of the AB room. It took us only a moment to spot them. Akane. Behind her was Dio. He was moving quickly and quietly, a knife glinting in his right hand. Shit! There was no time to yell to her. I scrambled down from the top of the AB room. Fi wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. Jump, Fi, jump! Fi! What the hell are you doing? Get down here and... Before I could finish, she moved. She ran across the roof, launched herself into the air. Exactly. Ooh, ow. I wish I could feel sorry for Dio. But I don't. What the?
He's fine, just unconscious.
I bent down and held my fingers in front of his mouth. He was still breathing.
I don't think he saw me. He probably has no idea what happened to him.
Guy went down like a sack of potatoes.
He had it coming.
Yes, he did. I heard footsteps come to a stop right in front of us. I looked up.
So you came. I've been waiting for you. You're here to hear the rest, right?
Wait a minute. What the hell is your deal? How can you be so calm? If we hadn't shown up just now, you'd...
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes. Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you saving me.
What?
Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too?
Yes, indeed I am. I am able to jump through time, just like you.
Then what the hell were you thinking? If you knew he was going to stab you, why were you going to let him do it?
Because I had to.
You what?
Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested. I did explain, didn't I? The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past. Or your minds, at least. In order for that to happen, some death was necessary.
Uh-huh.
When a human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity.
True.
Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens. It's a little like a slingshot. You pull back on the rubber band and then let go. The potential energy you stored in the band is released and converted into kinetic energy.
I was wondering what the slingshot had to do with anything.
That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited. When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from the slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional one. From that perspective, time is no longer fixed.
Okay.
In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like. Your consciousness
kidnapped.
has been released from the three-dimensional cage. In order for that to happen, I had to infect you with Radical 6.
Oh. Oh yeah, when she was talking about slowing the brain. I wondered about that. Whoa. What?
We're infected with Radical 6?
Yes. Don't you remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure? Infecting all of these people with such a horrible disease?
Every single one of you has been infected.
Oh good, so we only had 2 doses of Xylovir.
Well, apart from Luna, of course. Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy. Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed. The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time.
But is my body still infected with Radical 6? Am I still gonna want to kill myself in a little bit?
Even that, however, wasn't enough. You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality. That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times. With each jump, your ability to remember improved. Eventually, you would be able to retain everything. That is why we made you play the A-B game. That was why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
Okay. I buy that. Don't like it, but I buy it. I get it. I think I finally understand. Well, okay, there are a lot of things I don't understand, but all of what you've just told me makes sense. You did all of this so that Fi and I could jump through four-dimensional space with our memories intact. Right?
Yes.
But why did you need us to do that? People have died for this. I mean, let's count how many different ways people died. Murder, antimatter explosions, suicide. I've died. So has Fi. So have you. Oh yes, the whole pile of bodies from the Clover ending. That was a lovely scene. So why would you do all this? What does it matter that Fi and I jump through time?
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable.
Bless you, Hound.
You are all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
I already know all that. What I'm asking you is why. You alright, Hound? Okay.
What is so goddamn important that it's worth all this?
Ah. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
How about you just tell me? I'm only a poor PhD student.
What? Just when is eventually?
In a future not very far from now.
Bullshit. That's not good enough. Why can't you tell us now? Instead of answering, Akane knelt down next to Dio and picked his knife up off the floor.
I'm going to keep this with me.
Don't change the subject.
But it's almost time.
What are you talking about? We've got plenty of time.
No. In a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline.
What?
This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it. Logomorph.
Yes.
Logomorph?
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Logomorph. Logomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
Put it on
Now,
Dio.
everything is in place. I have put the bracelet onto Dio. All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state.
Why do you need to do all that?
To recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future. Your body will be emptied, and your other consciousness will jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the 3rd AB room by then, it would be bad.
So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our 2nd or 3rd time.
You are exactly correct. Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
What is this? She paused and pulled something out of her pocket. Oh, is it the key to the gravestone? It was a small key attached to a string.
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
What's it say on there?
Tu fui ego eris.
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was. What I am, you will be.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do with it?
It will help you meet someone who's very important.
What?
Go. Return to the future. You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you. Now hurry.
Wait, I still... I still have no idea what's going on. Nah, I think I'm following it pretty well. But, oh boy. I'm guessing the 3rd game really breaks this flowchart formula a lot more. Okay, I guess we're going down here. Oh boy.
Oh, looks like you're awake.
Is this the infirmary?
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but...
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
So we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
I looked over at Fi and met her eyes. Do you remember what happened just now?
You mean what happened a long time ago?
Yeah. You got him pretty good, huh?
Huh. Yeah, I remember all right.
That would be something to treasure forever.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Quark?
What am I? Chopped liver?
Alice!
Back among the conscious and not psychotic, huh?
Yeah, thanks.
Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us.
No problem. All in a day's work. Although, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit action.
Really grabbing at straws here, aren't you?
Hey, I wasn't talking to Quark. That was an offer for Alice.
Not really my point.
Whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we gotta do is open the number 9 door.
Sigma and his obsession with the, oh, well, swimsuits. Also, in theory, yeah, we wouldn't have to actually do it. We'd all just need to take our bracelets off using the aluminum foil trick. That'd be good. Huh?
What are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
It says 10. I have 10 BP.
I've got 15 BP? That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
But how?
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours. We've played the AB game 3 times.
Oh, good. It didn't make us play. I love that. I really do. Thank you, game. 3 times?
Yes, of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally.
I mean, once you take Dio out of the equation.
And now all of us have enough to leave.
Fabulous. I was stunned. How had everyone cooperated long enough to raise all of our BP past 9? I mean, seriously though, all you had to do was remove Dio from the equation and it all works out. Was it because Akane hadn't been killed? Without a death to start things off, maybe we'd been less suspicious of one another. Or could the bombs have had something to do with it? We'd all joined forces against Dio, and Fi and I had been able to disarm all of them. All of us had banded together against a common enemy and overcome a tremendous threat. Perhaps that had strengthened our bond. Which, I had to admit, would be somewhat ironic. After all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him. This must have been what Akane was talking about.
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
Come on, let's go! Let's open the door and get out of here!
Wait. What about him? After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Alice was the only holdout. She'd complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors, but after I mentioned they'd come back to investigate after we escaped and deal with Dio then, she reluctantly complied.
All right, let's get going.
But the key and the door. I want to open the damn tombstone. Do you know how long I've waited to open that tombstone? Everybody ready? I'm gonna open it.
Yes, just get on with it.
Everyone else swallowed and nodded. I grabbed the lever and pulled it down. We've already forgotten about the key strapped to our ankle, of course. Jumping through time makes one forget things.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
All right, everybody, let's move. I didn't need to tell them twice. The room inside was clearly a loading elevator. looked sort of like a large plate on top of a huge pedestal. We ran to the center of the plate and turned around. The number 9 door stood wide open.
2, 1, 0. The number 9 door is closing. The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
Too easy. Definitely too easy. Oh, there's still more. There's definitely still more. Oh, goodness. I knew this ending was going to be long, but
Looks like we did it.
Yes, we should keep moving.
beyond the door was a wide hallway that ended in a very solid wall. To the left, we found a very familiar-looking door. We pushed it open and went in. The pressure exchange chamber.
You know what this place is?
Yeah, sort of. This whole facility is pressurized, apparently. I think the idea is to keep the air outside, and consequently the virus from getting inside. That means that if we want to go out, we have to decompress, so we match the outside air pressure. This room here is where you prepare for going into the actual pressure exchange room. You see all those suits along the wall? I figure we need to put those on and head to the decompression room downstairs.
Whoa! Hold on a minute! You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Of course, according to Akane, we were all already infected with Radical 6, so the whole room seemed a little pointless.
Why? How did all this happen?
Did they...
No, that's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now.
Does Kay need a suit?
Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
All right.
No one else objected. We all donned the protective suits and headed downstairs to the decompression room. No puzzles on this one. That'd be awful. At the very end, you've escaped, solved the number 9, and they're like, and you need one more door puzzle. As soon as we were all inside, the process began. Through my helmet, I could hear the soft hiss of air being sucked out of the room. We stood there for several minutes, waiting for the process to finish. Please don't make me sit here for several minutes, though. At last it did, and we heard the door begin to open. Beyond it was another decompression chamber. We repeated the process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. The dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I'd seen it before, in another timeline. The others hadn't, however, and although I couldn't see their faces through the visors of their helmets, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. For a few long moments, we just stood there, astonished.
Where the hell are we?
The desert, I guess?
I figured that out. I mean, which one?
I don't know, but I think I know what day it is.
Hmm?
right?
It's the eclipse.
That means today's the total lunar eclipse. So? Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge? Well, the next eclipse like this was gonna be on December 31st, 2028. So...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
I think so.
Wherever we must have been far away from any city. The air was clearer than I'd ever seen it. And the stars, the sky was full of them. More stars than I'd ever seen in my life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. But the most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive. Much bigger, in fact, than I remembered it being. Then, as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It was hard to see details, but it looked circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading for the right edge. What's that?
The moon. Well, the moon's shadow, actually.
The moon's shadow? I frowned. That didn't make any sense.
Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too. And I agreed, like an idiot, and brought Quark with me. Just so I could see her. Such an idiot. So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
What the hell are you saying?
Think about it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
That's Earth?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse. And again, this isn't a lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon, covering the sun.
What? No, no way. If that's the Earth, then where the hell are we?
The moon, of course. This is the lunar surface. We were just inside a moon base. No way.
So how do we get back?
No, you've gotta be lying. How do you expect us to believe that? This can't be the moon.
Yeah. That's pretty ridiculous. Besides, if this was the moon, how do you explain the gravity? The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So what's this?
She picked up a rock and dropped it.
See? That looked perfectly normal.
Yes, it looked that way.
Luna?
You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but...
Excuse me?
Please just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6. Then we gave you the Accelavir, which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick around for a while.
What symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408. That means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed. As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth's.
Twist.
The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases. I guess that's a little technical. Well, let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters. It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything. The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same. 0.05 seconds would feel like 1 second.
So how did
4.9
Dio get
seconds
here?
would feel like 2.
I feel like that's a more important question. How did he get here with bombs?
But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us.
Wait, you're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity?
Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back. Huh? You and Sigmund Phi said something about it in the lounge. About how you felt weird.
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that?
Yeah. Oh my god. It seemed insane, but what Luna said made sense. In fact, it explained Phi's apparently superhuman strength quite well. Oh, yes, it does.
Wait, this is crazy. That can't possibly be Earth out there. Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth, and it's blue and green and beautiful. That thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028. Today is January 27th.
In 29?
No.
Don't tell me. 30?
Still no.
Then just what year is this?
It's 74. 2074.
Oof. No. That's insane. That would mean we were abducted more than 45 years
I
ago.
don't blame you if you don't believe me, but it's the truth.
How can you be sure?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known that there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can change that.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story. About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world.
Correct. That is a perfect song to be singing right about now, huh?
On the 13th, all 18 of them went up, all at the same time. The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
What? Why?
I suppose it started a few months before that. The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada. On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. The point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down, but eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics. But for some, it was poison or fire or
It does all come full
asphyxiation
circle.
or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that. After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification.
Oh, yes, because that's the best answer.
They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth and that'd kill the virus off for good. On April 13th in 2029, they put their plan into effect. That plan was to detonate all 18 annihilation reactors.
Scorched Earth, yes. Yes. I'm a little glad we didn't go this
Now, the
route
truth
with the
is,
COVID
it's
stuff.
mostly just rumor. Nobody really knows what happened, but I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected, and when they died, they took billions with them. The ultimate if I die, you're coming with me gesture, I suppose. I bet you money they'd all lost it long before they got to the reactors. Killing most of the world, no matter how bad things had gotten, was not a sane plan, even if it wasn't directly responsible. Radical 6 killed most of the people on Earth. Anyway, why it happened isn't that important. Point is, it happened. You ever heard of nuclear winter? Well, that's basically what we got. The explosions threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires.
Oh, sounds like a great time.
Blotted out the sun for 7 years.
Ooh.
Plants withered and animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left banded together to survive.
That doesn't sound very human.
They were rough times. Eventually they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back. Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear. Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now. But there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sunset's red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty. So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
Well, thank you for the very depressing story. I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There's no reason for Tenmayoji to lie to us. So we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth. It was 2074. But why? Why were we there? Why were we then? I was so lost in thought I barely noticed Fi's approach.
Hey, Sigma. I think I figured something out.
A window popped up on the inside of my helmet, with Whisper in the corner. She seemed to be using a circuit only we could hear. Yeah? What is
I
it?
figured out why there's an extra E.
An extra E? Oh, you mean the graffiti?
Yeah, the one on floor B. I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A.
What's Santa say this time?
God damn it, Sigma! Knock it off! Memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get the man on the moon rules the infinite time.
Wow. That's a sentence.
See?
No, I believe you.
You need 6 E's to get that. So they stuck an extra one in ninth.
The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
I think it's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane. Remember what she was telling us?
We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of 2 people into the past. Those 2 people are you, Sigma, and you, Vi.
So, what are you getting at?
My God, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you think they're going to send us back 45 years?
Yeah, I'd bet on it.
So the ultimate purpose of the AB project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe Tenmayoji was talking
I
about?
think so.
That doesn't make sense, though. I mean, we came from that same time period, before it actually. So why bring us here and then send us back?
Well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest. Let's go pay her a visit.
Do you know where she is?
I've got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Tu fui ego eris.
The grave. The one in the garden.
Well, come on, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
We turned and ran back into the pressure exchange chamber, the others following close behind.
What are you doing? Did you forget something?
We're going to go have a talk with somebody.
Who?
You really need me to spell it out? The person behind all this.
You mean Akane?
What?
I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait, why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there. Now, if you please. I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
I'm going too then. So am I.
Everyone's coming.
Is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah, you know her real well.
Wait, you're serious? What the hell is going on?
Ugh, shut up. Just shut up. Come if you want to. We don't need to do roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything. Yeah, a bit late, but it's been a good stream. Lots of revelations, jumping back and forth in time. You know, we're about to get some answers, maybe. With that, we headed back through the airlock. Oh, we're on the moon. That's the other important thing. It's been interesting, anyway. Throwing our brains back and forth in time. I mean, that's true. Like, why would you stay out on the moon's surface with limited oxygen?
Ah, clever. The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Yeah. Thought we might be able to take the lift to it. And it looks like I was right.
Any idea where Akane might be?
Yeah. The grave.
You mean the grave in the garden?
Yeah. Don't worry. I don't think she's buried there or anything. Chances are she's alive. Just in the grave. Anyway, let's move. To the garden. Yes, let's go to the garden. I think this is the last piece of thing we haven't done anything with.
Is Akane really under here?
I think so.
What should we do? Are we gonna dig her out?
No, I don't think we'll have to do anything like that. You see the keyhole on the grave? If I just insert this here, I pulled the key off my ankle and fitted it into the hole. I twisted it to the right until I heard something unlock. With a quiet grinding, the grave began to shift.
What is this?
It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah. It's a treatment pod.
Oh my god.
It is, isn't it?
The glass on the cover had frosted over, making it opaque. We couldn't see who or what was in it.
Let's see what's inside.
She grabbed a hold of the lever on the side of the pod.
No good. I think it's locked.
What?
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1 defrosting complete. Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes.
It's a cat. It could be a cat.
Once stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
Right. Cold sleep.
What?
These pods can put people into cold sleep. It uses something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying their cells.
So, Mizakane's like an ice cube?
Oh, yes, the answers did get very out of control. I think so.
And we gotta wait till she melts?
Yeah.
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay? Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I remembered.
What do you remember?
Everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one. Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB project.
The AB project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
And everyone else is here just for fun? Back 45 years, right?
Yes.
So, you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
What do you mean?
Let me begin at the beginning. You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this, but that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary. By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose. Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension. That was the reason for the puzzles. Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life or death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
Wait, hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories. Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you. In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes. I suppose I should explain.
Yes, please.
Very well. I will try and do so in a way you can understand. First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course. More specifically, Los Angeles, California. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Yes, in preparation for this day.
But why? What do you need us for?
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking. As I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power. You understand? And this is why we brought you here, Clover.
What about me?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
Huh? But I didn't do anything.
But you did. In another history, you were able to perform a prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind. Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs. Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust. This history exists because of your presence. Now, let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying he couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth. What kid would turn that down?
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, and headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out, and when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Now, Dio. His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother.
Okay.
It was Brother
that we
who
knew.
orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago.
Okay.
Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward. That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project. So, Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed, at least not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9, hence the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper. We can set Brother aside for now, though. May I proceed?
I guess. I have questions. No one objected. We were all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save 2, Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time. Would that be all right with you, Luna?
Yes, that's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
You've already met him, Sigma, in another timeline.
Yeah, well, I saw a hologram. I still don't know who he is.
Stage 2 is complete. P00. Unlocking.
It looks like it's finished. Shall we open the pod?
Yeah, let's do it. All of us gathered around the pod. The glass was still covered with frost, hiding the contents.
Okay, let's get started then. Ready?
Fi laid her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed. Yeah, anytime.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Beats. Hi? Face? Hello? What? Suddenly, my head was full of memories from other timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of Floor B, in front of the white door. Kay was lying in front of me. I grabbed his mask and saw my own face. I'd never figured out who he really was. And why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's armor? It didn't make sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with tubocurine, and that was the end of that. But wait, if the person in the pod was the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse, who was wearing Kay's armor?
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
No. Oh my god. You're...
Yes, I am.
How'd you fit that dress in there?
It's you, June. I mean, Akane, from... But you're old.
Yes, that's correct. I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover. Or you, Junpei.
Yep.
Junpei?
Akane, long time no see.
I could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. It felt like all the air had been knocked out of me, and it was all I could do to not collapse right then and there.
When? How long?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse?
Oh, good. We get to watch Dio's head be
Once
bashed in
you
again.
saved me, you went back to your future. Well, your minds did, at least. I carried your bodies to the 3rd AB room, and then took Dio's to the 5th. After that, I went into the 1st room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes.
Oh, that's why Kay's armor exists. Wow. That's pretty neat. Wait. That doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you. And then Luna took your body to the 6th room. You couldn't have been in Kay's armor.
No, it was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat. Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
What? No, that's nuts.
Alright, what about the other history? The one where you weren't saved. What happens then? Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple. The man in front of you.
Him?
Who's dressed exactly the same. Wearing my staff shirt.
That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of Soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Me either.
Total stranger.
Awkward. Hey, come on. What are you guys saying? Right here? Same face?
Huh?
Are you all right, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something?
Huh? What? It didn't make any sense. Why did they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future.
What does that mean?
Don't you get it? You've jumped to the future. From 45 years ago.
I looked around frantically. A pond. I ran to it and threw myself down onto my knees. Crawling on all fours, I approached the edge. My heart was hammering inside my chest. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, damn it. I struggled to take deep breaths. Then slowly, I peered into the pond looking for my reflection. Ah, yes. Exactly. What? No. This can't be real. This face.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb. Although, to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now. Zero, the mastermind of the AB project, is you.
Yep. What? No, that's not possible. That's bullshit.
No, it's the truth. Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, Doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
You will be a pioneer in the field of genetic engineering.
Well, at least we finally know what Sigma was studying. You're lying.
No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him. His name is Kyle Climb, your clone. That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself. 23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle. Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's. If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones.
That's something that happens.
But you prepared for that. You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it. It kept his muscles and bones strong. He wasn't forced into it for the nonary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
Okay. But why would future me create a clone?
He was to be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place.
You'd think I would have noticed the thing on my eyeball. Just from like a
I mentioned
itching
before
perspective.
that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before. That isn't all they mean, though. The A also means anima, and the B means body. Anima is another word for the soul or the consciousness.
Okay.
Body is,
We're getting there.
well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch. That was the chief goal of the project.
Wait, so the future person goes into the past person.
Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Yes. Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
Yeah.
Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making. A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028. You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out.
Yeah, magic.
Moving on, if you continue along this line, what happens next? You reach C, which is January 27th, 2074. That is today.
Whoa, wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten? You were all infected with Radical 6. The virus slowed your brain down. So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed. But to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes.
Does that mean Luna's clock speed is lower to be able to interact with us on normal speed?
Now comes the important part. After this, your consciousness will return to the past. It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029. You will return to your younger body.
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Yes. That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however. The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B. But this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body, until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is, Sigma?
January 25th, 2074. According to what you just told us, it's 36 hours ago.
Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
That's a great question. Point A, December 25th, 2028, the day all of this started.
Yes. His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
But once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from point C.
That's correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C.
I guess at least we have a map. So it's rotating.
Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way. But look at this illustration closely.
Yeah, there's the E.
What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line. It may look complicated, but in truth, It's a single straight path. With one exception.
This line here at point E, right?
Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse.
The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes. By now, you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out by jumping into my 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve, 2028?
Yes, that is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C. And for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point.
Okay.
So that we might save humankind from destruction and undo the horrors of the last 45 years.
Okay, can we do that? Tell me one thing.
What is that?
You said that point C is January 27th, 2074, which is today. There's going to be a jump, and I'll jump to April 13th, 2029.
Yes, that's right.
But look, I'm still old. When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon.
Soon?
Yes.
And what's going to trigger it?
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Fortunately, we now have plenty of that, thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness.
Okay.
Like a bullet from a slingshot.
Again with that analogy. And how do you propose to do that?
Didn't I tell you? A crisis. A moment balanced between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain.
What do you mean?
You haven't figured it out. I mean this.
Dio's knife? No sooner were the words out of my mouth. Fly! I screamed and leapt toward them. Akane was already in motion, the knife diving toward Phi's chest. I was almost there. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. I felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize that it was Akane's body, lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. Tu fui ego eris. What you are, I was. What I am, you will be. Okay. Can we speed? No. Okay, guess we just gotta wait for the post-credit scene. So, to sum it up, we made a weird time loop to then break out of said time loop. I mean, it's interesting. Does this mean that... does this mean that we, now go find Akane in her facility and be like, yo, can you let Alice and Clover back out? Because they're kind of frozen.
QA testers. Wonderful people. So, if Junpei meets Akane earlier, is he still gonna find and take care of Quark? Is Quark even going to become an orphan? What is Brother's deal? I imagine Brother isn't very happy, and we haven't addressed that yet. Is he in the third game? Does the third game continue this? I wonder. Well, we'll find out eventually, but we're gonna take a break and do Arkham Asylum. Because I really need to give my voice a break from all the reading. But I really like these games, and I am looking forward to doing the third one, which I have played nothing of. So I know nothing about it, and I know nothing at all whatsoever. Absolutely nothing. I played 999 a number of times, and I've played part of this game before, but that one will be a completely new experience. So, oh boy. Well, that was an image to leave me with. A new destination has been added to the flowchart. Okay. Okay, let's finish this off. April 13th, 2029. We wake up in the hospital. Ah, sounds like rioting. Fun.
Today is April 13th, 2029, and this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
For a moment, I just stared at the TV. The roar of the static seemed to fill the entire room, until with a click, it disappeared too. Had the power gone out? I heard footsteps behind me and turned around. You. Akane?
It looks like the first step was successful.
What the fuck? You killed me.
Killed?
I guess technically you're going to kill me 45 years from now, but still.
Hey, no need to be rude about it. I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine.
I'm okay?
Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way.
Me and Phi?
Yes. I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump. Now, you know what happens next, right?
We go to the moon?
Correct. We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
Alice and Clover, right?
Yes.
What about the third one? Who's in there?
Phi. We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D. In other words, she was following the same path you are, and she still is.
Then that means that after you freeze her, the point C version of her jumped back into her body?
Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years, sleeping in ice.
Then when she gets to point B, her consciousness will jump to point A, right?
Correct.
Huh? So that's why she didn't look old. So why don't you just stick me in one of those pods?
We can't do that.
Why not?
You haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project. After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines. Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets.
Pressure. That's a lot of pressure.
You will also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin. January 25th, 2074. You will defrost Phi and carry her to the third AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out, and you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028.
And then I change history? Do you really think I can keep the virus from getting out?
You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die. Only you and Phi can save them.
What about you? Aren't you an Esper too?
I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll need your help.
Okay. So, what do I need to do?
What do you mean?
Like, what specific actions do I need to take? When Phi and I jump to point A, what are we going to do then?
You'll both enter the Mars mission test site.
And after that?
I don't know.
What?
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical Six escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
Aw, crap. Then we're screwed.
That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility. Things will be difficult, and I'm sure you will find yourself in a great deal of danger. But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle.
Wait, how do you know it's so dangerous?
The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened. He wasn't able to stop the virus. So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed.
What did I say?
That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point, a woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake, and lost your arms and your right eye.
My arms and my right eye? What the hell? Suddenly a low rumble shook the building. What was that?
Go have a look.
I moved slowly to the window and peered outside. On the horizon, I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly toward the sky. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would succeed. Did we? Please don't make me go through traps on the moon, though. That would be awful. Is that what the third game is? It's all the end. Or maybe the beginning. Oh boy. Don't you tell me there's new spots on my stupid timeline. No, I think we find. Oh no. Do you see it? another time. Okay.
Where?
I see you've finally woken up, Kyle.
Kyle?
Ah, yes, of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
I lurched upright, jumped off the bed, and ran around to the other side of the partition. The mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. I wiped it off with my sleeve, and my reflection stared back at me. There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to...
Kyle Climb. So, I'm Dr. Climb? Zero Senior's clone?
What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
An excellent question. One I didn't quite know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Climb was. In another history, he had been called K, and had worn a suit of armor. He hadn't just worn the armor in that history, though. Apparently, he'd worn it all his life. Kyle had been born and raised in this lunar installation, which seemed to be called Rhizome 9. Rather late in his life, Akane had appeared as a mother figure, and he had consequently grown very attached to her. I knew everything about him, but even though I knew it, I didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Climb? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. The spitting image of Sigma Climb in his younger days. I looked down. There was Dio, still handcuffed. I turned back around to Luna.
What day is today?
January 27th, 2074.
And today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And she drew a knife and attacked Phi. How long have I been asleep?
About 5 hours in real time. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect.
I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has gone back into the past. It should have happened right after Akane attacked Phi, right?
Yes.
Why am I here?
The doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden.
So the person you call the doctor is Sigma Climb, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Yes, but how do you know that?
Dio seems to have remained unconscious.
Yes.
Oh, what's this twist?
I've been administering Soparil whenever he gets restless.
What about the others?
They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
Oh, right! Mr. Climb!
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You don't know where we are?
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
Mm-hmm.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return then? To Earth, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Climb now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it.
Ow.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You aren't gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way. Hell, nature doesn't work that way. You following me? We've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not gonna change. In fact, it's because of what he did or didn't do in the past that we've got this past and present. Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway. Eventually, they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. "Let's go northwest," he says. So they take the northwestern road. But about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows through the bikers. 90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time. He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right?
Right. Okay, 9 people then. What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past? It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child. Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure. That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories, friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to just erase all that? The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could of the hand they'd been dealt. Isn't that worth something? Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to? Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy? Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots? Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness, even in a world that hates it. Are you saying that's worthless? If you're saying rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can Look, I'm just not going to accept
that other timeline
all right?
would just keep going, right?
You get it?
It's like the whole thing with copying the consciousnesses in Soma, right? You're making a copy, right? A copy continues to go on, but your perspectives diverge, and so somebody gets left behind every time.
If Sigma changes the past, then you and Quark will never meet.
Is he right?
No, it's not going to happen. We're here right now. This is reality. Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just going to disappear or something.
Oh, then that means we get to stay together? Good.
Thanks, kid.
I understand how you feel. Why you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine. There are likely people waiting for you.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
Bye, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off.
You came home from work, my wife said, "Ugh, the baby's been crying for hours. Can you take over?" I said, "Sure," and started crying for hours. Yeah.
We told him we'd see him again someday, and then came here.
They were the only people you want to say goodbye to?
Well, no point saying anything to Dio.
Besides, he's asleep. You were asleep too.
Sorry, but we didn't really know much about you.
You have a point. Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma?
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
Of course, he is Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here. Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know?
And
Fair.
Akane?
Never mind her. She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew. She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
Well, that's really sad. I am sorry, Junpei.
In the end, Clover and I were just pawns. Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of. Still, it's not like we're completely resentful. We had to be here to help change the past. That part's easy to understand, but...
Kinda sucks, though. I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028. They'll stop the Radical Six and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
You told us about Tenmyoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles? It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers are going, 10,000 miles to the northwest.
Don't get us wrong. We know why we had to be here. Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection.
If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed. But
it's still not the best situation for those of us left in the Northwest. We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died.
Are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now. And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago.
She had a brother she was very attached to.
Even if it is for the greater good?
It just doesn't seem fair, does it?
Yeah, it's a little bit much.
So we went and talked to the old lady.
She told us that there is one way.
One way we could get back to the past.
Let's say you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, I mean...
But this is different.
Different? How so?
From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time, too.
That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have 2 Clovers and 2 Alices at the same time?
But that wouldn't happen.
Akane says there's a way around that.
How on earth does she plan to do that?
Schrodinger's
cat.
Gonna have to be specific.
Oh, hey,
on that
Kyle.
one.
Figured you'd come here eventually.
Where's Dr. Klein? Luna said you were with him.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway. He's in there if you're curious. Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it?
Sure.
Okay.
Glad to see you. There isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you. However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind. I'd love to answer all your questions, but unfortunately, my circumstances make that an impossibility. I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Phi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
Why?
What does he mean, other than Kyle?
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
Right, well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Phi?
I'm not Superman, that's for sure. And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a Merman or a Wolfman. I'm not a Brahmin or Kamen or Ramen. I'm not a Cayman either, so you really don't need to worry about anything.
Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were sent to Point D, April 13th, 2029. On that date, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then you were in cold sleep, you wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there, frozen, until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again.
So I feel like this is getting more convoluted than it was.
A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out, and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Unfortunately, your plan failed. The Radical Six did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you follow. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from Point E, you headed straight to Point D. point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to swap places, and you moved 45 years into the future, where you woke up on the garden floor. That put you on the line that comes here. So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you, only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
What do you mean by that?
I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor. It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it.
I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Could you please explain?
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2 divided by 1 plus v1 times v2 over c squared is the actual equation. Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared. That means that 1 plus v1 times v2 divided by c squared is usually going to evaluate to something pretty close to 1. Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use v1 plus v2. You see what I'm saying? In most situations it works, even if it isn't technically correct. So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about right. As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems.
I don't quite understand. In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you?
Yes.
What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because it would change history. There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear. You understand?
I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know?
You're about to go back to the past, right?
The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
I am Sigma. Sigma jumped into Kyle. Oops. That was a mistake.
I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Climb. Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not. Think about it. Do you really believe you are Kyle? Or could you be someone else entirely?
Then, where is the real Kyle's consciousness?
He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2028. His consciousness has gone into a body from that time. I doubt you know how much the doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here? I know what I told the others, that Kyle was Dr. Climb's spare, but that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve 2028. Its purpose will be to infiltrate. For this to happen,
Yes, we're infiltrating the facility, stopping the virus.
Absolutely necessary.
And that is why he created him?
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
There's one thing that troubles me. Kyle was created before reaching Point B from Point D. That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2028. Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
That's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? You telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I have no idea what...
Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are. Surely you must know by now, too. You are about to go into the past and save the world. Phi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help. Only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past. Only you can save the world.
There's no way I...
Yes, there is. You have to. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and...
Well, yes, I do, but...
Then you must believe. Reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be. If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality? Your will can change history. The world will be reshaped into the one you imagine. Remember what I've told you.
Who are you?
Only you can change history. Only you can save the world.
Who am I? Who am I? What is going on? Alternative end. Okay. Caught a glimpse of another time. That's cool. I swear to God. If there's more, I'm not finishing it today. Okay. Well, there's nothing down there, but that doesn't mean there's not something up here. Nope. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. That is the end of Virtue's Last Reward. And not a moment too soon. Okay. There's a lot to unpack there, but I don't really know. That is the last reward.